You're streaming ABC News Live.
Tonight, the final night of the Republican National Convention. Former President Donald Trump will take to the stage tonight just hours from now, expected to deliver on a message of unity following last week's shooting. Digging in on his hard-right MAGA policies one night after his VP pick J.D. Vance made his national debut.
I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States of America.
That as Joe Biden faces mounting pressure to bow out of the 2024 race, with reports that leaders from within the Democratic Party, from Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer to former President Obama, are openly questioning Biden's chances of winning in November. The developments coming in tonight, and the stakes could not be higher as we close out the final night of the Republican National Convention, live from Milwaukee. Good evening, everyone. I'm Linsey Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us on the final night of the Republican National Convention. We are coming to live from Milwaukee, where in just a few hours we are set to hear from former President Trump just 5 days after that assassination attempt. All week here, Republicans have stressed unity, but we do begin this hour with the Democrats, who are in the midst of unprecedented uncertainty. President Biden made an unexpected return to Delaware last night after testing positive at a campaign event in Nevada. The president says he's doing well, but he was seen here moving slowly and accepting help to get into his car. And while Biden remains off the trail recovering, there are serious and growing questions within his own party about the viability of his campaign. Sources say top Democrats are putting increased pressure on him to step aside, including former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. The Washington Post is reporting President Obama thinks Biden needs to, quote, seriously consider the viability of his candidacy. And we are learning late today the president is more receptive to hearing those calls for him to step aside. Late today, Congressman Jamie Raskin, a senior Democrat in the House, wrote him a letter asking him to step aside, using a baseball metaphor, calling Biden a star pitcher who deserves a well-deserved bow. Back here in Milwaukee, let's take a live look at the convention floor, where we are told tonight in his prepared remarks, President Trump does not plan to mention Joe Biden by name. We have our entire team standing by for more on the RNC and what's next for Joe Biden and the Democratic Party. We begin with our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, from Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, where the president is recovering.
Tonight, President Biden isolating at his beach house recovering from COVID, as calls from Democrats for him to exit the race reach a crescendo. Overnight, Biden landing in Delaware, seen walking down the stairs, telling reporters, "I'm doing well." But the president appearing to be assisted as he was getting into his car. Biden then putting on a mask. Tonight, the White House releasing a letter from the president's doctor saying Biden is still experiencing mild upper respiratory symptoms and he does not have a fever and his vital signs remain normal. The president is taking Paxlovid. Today, we heard the toll of COVID in his voice. This radio interview conducted right before he tested positive. Biden coughing as he tries to explain his disastrous debate performance.
I was exhausted. I had been traveling around the world. I wasn't ready. And I performed terribly. And so people are now saying, well, that was only one thing. But he's 81 years old. What happens when he's 84 years old? What happens, when he's 85 years old?
It comes as the country's top Democrats pressure Biden to quit the campaign. ABC News first to report that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, in a face-to-face meeting last week, made the case it would be best if Biden dropped out of the race. Amid concerns the president's advisors aren't giving him the full picture, Schumer presenting him with polling data showing he could drag down Democrats in the House and Senate. Sources tell us former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi also delivering her blunt concerns directly. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries delivering a similar message. But tonight, a top White House aide tells me the president is as committed as ever to staying in this race. Still, other sources say the president has absolutely been more receptive to hearing out calls for him to end his candidacy. Top Democrats know what comes next is entirely up to the president.
President Biden decides this is the toughest job in the world. I don't think I've got the ability to do it. He's going to level with the American public about it because he always puts his country over himself.
The question is, who is the president listening to? Today, ABC News obtaining a 4-page letter Congressman Jamie Raskin sent Biden over the 4th of July, imploring him to reconsider his campaign, comparing him to a baseball pitcher, saying there is no shame in taking a well-deserved bow to the overflowing appreciation of the crowd when your arm is tired out, telling Biden you are both our star pitcher and our manager, urging caucus with the team, Mr. President, hear them out. You will make the right decision. But for now, President Biden isolating at home in Rehoboth, Delaware. First Lady Jill Biden there too. The decision, his alone to make.
Our Mary Bruce joins us now live from Rehoboth Beach, Delaware tonight. And President Biden and Donald Trump still locked in a tight race nationally. In the end, this race will be decided in the battleground states by the Electoral College. Trump leads in all of those states. Do we know if the president is being shown polling indicating that Vice President Kamala Harris would perform any better in those key battleground states?
Well, Lindsay, a source tells me that the president has asked to see polling on Kamala Harris and how she would do. Now, we don't know exactly what numbers he's looking at, but 2 days ago out on the campaign trail, the president saying of Harris flatly, she's not only a great vice president, she could be president of the United States. Lindsay.
And Mary, any word on where the campaign stands from President Biden's inner circle?
Well, look, the president's inner circle and his campaign, both groups tonight are adamant that the president isn't going anywhere, that he is as committed now as he's ever been to staying in this race. But what is also true is what we are hearing from other sources, which is that the president, is taking a close look. He's being receptive to the input and advice that he is being given, and he is hearing people out about their concerns. The question, what will he do with all of that input and advice? It is up to him, Lindsay.
Solely his decision to make. Mary Bruce, our thanks to you as always. 5 days after an attempted assassination nearly took his life, Donald Trump will accept the nomination here in Milwaukee for the 3rd time. He has been here at the convention every night this week, but tonight he will be on center stage. And former President Trump has told ABC News that he threw out his original speech after the horror on Saturday. Will he focus tonight on unity? ABC's Rachel Scott is here on the convention floor.
Tonight, 5 days after he nearly lost his life to an assassin's bullet, tonight Donald Trump preparing to accept the Republican presidential nomination for a 3rd time.
But I got lucky. God was with me, I tell you.
Trump telling supporters he was changed by his close call with an assassin's bullet.
That was an amazing, horrible thing, amazing thing, and in many ways it changes your attitude, your viewpoint on life.
After the attempt on his life, Trump throwing out the convention script. The theme of the past 3 days, unity, and an effort to expand Trump's base of support. His new running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, drawing from his working class upbringing with an appeal to the key Rust Belt swing states.
Like a lot of people, we came from the mountains of Appalachia into the factories of Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Now, it's one of the 10 poorest counties in the entire United States of America. They are very hardworking people, and they're very good people. They're the kind of people who would give you the shirt off their back even if they can't afford enough to eat.
But today in North Carolina, Vice President Kamala Harris telling voters, don't be fooled.
With the selection of his running mate this week, Donald Trump is also trying to distract people. He wants to direct attention away from his record and his Project 2025 plan to suggest that he and his running mate are going to prioritize the middle class. But we are not buying it. We are not falling for the okie doke.
And let's head down to our Rachel Scott on the convention floor for us. Rachel, it's certainly been a long week for the former president. How is his team feeling about tonight?
Yeah, well, former President Donald Trump said that he had one speech in mind prior to that attempted assassination on his life, and now he has a completely different speech in mind. So here's what we know. Trump has said that he's ripped up the speech. He has rewrote it. Now he wants to focus on unity. He said today that he doesn't even plan to mention President Joe Biden's name once. Lindsay, I did some research. I went back, looked at his speech in 2020. He mentioned President Biden's name 41 times. So the former president does have a history of pushing some politically divisive rhetoric. So the question now, is this really a new Donald Trump? And how long does this potential call for unity really last, Lindsay?
All good questions. And we have yet to see Melania and Ivanka Trump here, but sounds like they'll be here tonight.
Yeah, and this is something that's been different from the last cycle and the last campaign. Obviously, Ivanka Trump had a very big role even at the White House. Former First Lady Melania Trump as well was very active out there on the campaign trail. They've both taken a very big step away. So we are told tonight by sources that both former First Lady Melania Trump and Ivanka Trump plan to be here tonight as former President Donald Trump accepts the Republican nomination for president for the third time, Linsey.
All right, Rachel Scott, our thanks to you. We'll be checking in with you later on. More now on Trump's upcoming speech in just a moment. But first, I want to go to ABC's chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, who's just outside of the arena. Give us a sense of what's happening where you are, Matt.
Hey, Linsey, this is a protest for two men. One of them is Devontae Mitchell, the other Samuel Sharp, who was killed by those Columbus, Ohio police just about a mile from the RNC Convention Center on Tuesday. And they marched all the way down to a hotel right nearby where one of the men, Devontae Mitchell, was killed a couple of weeks ago. But what we saw was a massive police response. Everybody kept their distance. In no way was there a whiff of tension or violence. But it gives you a sense of how prepared police have been and law enforcement have been over the past couple of weeks here in Milwaukee for any kind of protests or disruptions. They have been incredibly disciplined and very conscious to avoid any sort of physical tension. But there is some anger in the streets. I'm going to turn around so you can hear me better. But by and large, the past 4 days have been very free of violence or tension. We've heard people express their First Amendment rights time and again without disruption. And I think the organizers here, both in terms of the city of Milwaukee and protesters, are going to be very pleased with how this went, especially the organizers of the RNC. Linsey?
Yeah, you have to imagine that, especially in light of Saturday. Give us a sense of how security is going to change tonight for the main event as Donald Trump arrives for his speech tonight.
And, you know, we know, Linsey, well, we could tell out in the perimeter when the president is arriving because, you know, we've seen a tremendous amount of security. But in the moments before he arrives, it becomes this incredibly robust iron fist around the RNC. There are multiple helicopters up in the sky, and his motorcade is enormous. There are bicycle cops in the streets who begin to swarm. You see more officers on foot patrol, mounted police on horses. It is a very impressive array. And that is one of the things that organizers have been talking about. They are thinking that perhaps two things subdued the protest. One was the attempted assassination of the former president, and the other was the sheer saturation of these streets with law enforcement over the past few days. And when you see the president or the former president and J.D. Vance, the vice presidential nominee, come in, it is a very impressive sight indeed. Linsey?
All right, Matt Gutman, our thanks to you. And speaking of impressive sights, we want to go back to expectations from former President Trump tonight. We go to ABC's executive editorial producer, John Santucci. John, we've become accustomed to seeing the big reveal from former President Trump at the RNC in 2016. There was the very dramatic silhouette entrance to Queens, "We are the champions." And for his nomination acceptance speech, his name was emblazoned on a massive jumbotron to signal this is Trump's party now. What kind of big reveal from this showman can we expect tonight?
Well, listen, I've spoken to multiple sources close to the former president, Linsey, and they echo the sentiments that he has been telling folks for much of this week, that he had a speech. It's now a new speech. It's not going to be as, you know, American carnage of yesteryear as he has done in past remarks. Of course, that was when he was inaugurated as president of the United States in 2017. It's going to be a little bit of a lighter version, according to my sources, but nevertheless, still very much Donald Trump. And you recall earlier today, Arkansas Governor Sarah Sanders, his longtime spokesperson, told our colleague Kira Phillips that, you know, his voters still want Donald Trump. Now, our sources have told us that in the prepared remarks, and Donald Trump apparently said this himself to Fox News, there's no mention of Joe Biden. I gotta tell you, if the crowd starts chanting, "Joe's gotta go," one of the other phrases we've heard mentioned so far throughout these 3 previous days of the convention, I don't see Donald Trump, you know, stopping himself, not jumping in with the crowd. So that self-control will really be interesting. But I think what Donald Trump is going to try to do tonight, according to my sources, is talk about Saturday for the first time a little bit, but then quickly get to a message of how he and this party can win come November, Linsey.
And of course, another big question here is which President Trump will show up tonight. He's already gone back to some of his old habits, including mocking President Biden on Truth Social. Will we see the man who has threatened retribution, or has this assassination attempt truly changed Trump? Could we see him try to rebrand himself as a unifier?
You know, Linsey, listen, I'm going to try to get in his head. I know it's what many people ask me to do sometimes. The reality is that, listen, we have seen this before of Donald Trump. And the best example I can give people is think about election night 2016. Remember Donald Trump coming in with his family in New York after he had won that election against Hillary Clinton? It was a very gracious speech. Many people said that was a speech that the tone was very different. And then days later, it changed. So who knows? We have to wait and see.
We do. All right, and we will. John Santucci, our thanks to you as always. And we had a chance earlier to catch up with Florida Republican Senator Marco Rubio. He was thought to be a top 3 pick for Trump's VP. What does he think about the man who got the job? And what about all the questions surrounding Joe Biden's candidacy? Take a look. Thank you so much for your time, Senator. Of course, we all saw that assassination attempt on Saturday. J.D. Vance has only been in office for 18 months. What makes you feel that he'd be ready to step in right now and run the country?
I think J.D.'s been successful at everything he's done. He's smart. He's intelligent. He's a good decision maker. I've seen that in the Senate. In fact, I've seen his ability to sort of analyze issues. First of all, some of these issues are really not new to him. They may be new as a voting member of the Senate, but they're not new to him as a person. He's followed them very closely. So I think the combination of his intelligence, his curiosity, and his ability to make good decisions on public policy are things that prepare you for the office of the presidency. In the end, no one ever walks into the presidency like on day one, and you could say that's just not that kind of job. But there are basic skill sets that you have to be a good president, and he has them all.
You're part of the gang. In the Senate, you received those classified intelligence briefings. As you know, for quite some time, Donald Trump has said that he would be able to end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. Just today, Russia pushed back on that, saying, let's be realistic. Do you think it is realistic? And if so, how would he do it?
Well, it's almost like I think Donald Trump doesn't speak like a member of the Council of Foreign Relations, and I think that's why he wins elections and is so popular. He makes these things his point of emphasis, which is, I translate that as quickly. And I think, without divulging, because I'm not the designer of their foreign policy, but he feels very strongly, as I do, that there is a pathway for concluding this very deadly and destructive conflict. At the end of the day, that's what we're talking about here. We have people, I mean, it is destroyed. It's going to take 2 generations to rebuild Ukraine. It will. I mean, the damage that's being done to that country is extraordinary. Is there a pathway to ending this conflict that preserves Ukrainian sovereignty and does not sort of reward Putin for what he's done? That's the pathway you want to get to. I don't think Biden has a plan. That's been my biggest problem with their administration. We're not funding a strategy. We're funding tactics. But no one has been able to tell us, if you ask them, how does this end? What are we moving towards? What is the end game that we'd like to see? To this day, they cannot tell you. They will not tell you what the plan is for how to bring this to a conclusion in a way that's positive, particularly for those of us who care about freedom in the world. And I think Donald Trump's going to have an answer to that question.
The Biden administration has been touting that since last month's executive order, that border apprehensions have decreased by 50%. Do you think that we're moving in the right direction on the southern border?
No, because it's all incentive-based. And at the end of the day, what draws illegal immigration to America is if you believe that it's going to be easy to get here, and if you get here easy to stay, you're going to come. If you believe it's going to be hard to get here and hard to stay, you're not going to come, or it's going to lower the number of people who come. And at the end of the day, those incentives remain in place. And the numbers always fluctuate. It gets too hot sometimes. But the sheer volume of over 10 million people that have entered the country unlawfully in just 3.5 years. Some of them are gang members. We know this. This is not speculation. We know it from all over the world. We now know that people have been trafficked into the country by an ISIS trafficking network. It's a horrifying threat to the country. These are realities. And I have no confidence that in a second Biden term, not facing electoral pressure, they would do anything to enforce the immigration law. Because frankly, there are people in that party that believe that anyone who wants to come to America should be allowed to come for whatever reason, whenever they want, without following any law. And there's no country in the world that has that insane policy, and it shouldn't be ours that tries.
More than a decade ago, though, you did support a pathway to citizenship for undocumented workers. apparently your vision on that has shifted a little bit. But the RNC
No, hold on. But that was a totally different time in history. 11 years ago, we didn't have 10 million people in 3.5 years. We had 11 million people total in the entire country that had been here 10 years or longer. We didn't have what we have right now. This is completely different. We've always had illegal immigration. This is invasion-type numbers. This is a mass migration. Totally different dynamic from what we're talking about 10 years ago. Completely different.
But when you're talking about that 80% of those 11 million people who've been here for more than a decade, do you support
These people have been here for the last 3 years.
But do you support the idea? The RNC is basically saying if Trump wins, we're going to have the largest amount of deportations in American history.
Absolutely.
No matter how long you've been here, people have families, livelihoods.
Well, no, but that's not, first of all, that's not where it would start. Let me tell you where you start. We had a soccer match the other day between Argentina and Colombia in Miami. They literally rushed the stadium like they rushed our border. People rushed the stadium. About 20 of the people that are arrested, 17, 20, are in this country illegally. If Trump's president, those people are going to be on a plane in the next 18 hours and deported back to their country to begin with, right off the bat.
Of course, in the last 24 hours, there have been increasingly more Democrats who have called on President Biden to step aside. Do you think that Kamala Harris would be tougher at the top of the ticket to beat?
No, because she's a legitimate left-winger. Joe Biden is like their, she's like a figurehead for a shadow government that has been pushing these policies. She's actually co-sponsored, voted, and openly supported all of these policies. And, I mean, every radical left-wing policy Kamala Harris has been a supporter of. The Green New Deal, the single-payer system. You could go on and on. So, you know, I think people will view it as she would be the furthest left candidate we've ever had as a major party nominee in the history of our country. So it'll be a different race, no doubt about it. The dynamics, you'd have to adjust. But she has to be their nominee. But what they're doing is very undemocratic. I mean, they say they're the defenders of democracy, and then like 10 elite members of the party apparatus are able to step in and remove the guy that the voters selected. The question I would ask Chuck Schumer and Barack Obama and Nancy Pelosi is, they all knew Joe Biden's mental condition. They all knew. And they covered it up in a conspiracy of lies with media until they couldn't hide it anymore because there was a debate that revealed it. And so if they're going to remove him as a candidate, they got to remove him as president. Because if he doesn't have the mental acuity to be a candidate, he does not have the mental acuity to run our country.
Senator Marco Rubio, we thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And now I do want to point your attention to center stage. Linda McMahon, former head of the Small Business Association administration under Trump.
I'm perhaps one of the few people who's been privileged to call Donald Trump a colleague and a boss, but he's also a friend. Let me share a little story that's probably not the typical Donald Trump story. I had a meeting scheduled with him at Mar-a-Lago. And as he welcomed me, his little 4-year-old granddaughter ran up to him. He scooped her up with delight and asked her, "Who's the most beautiful girl in the world?" And she said, "Me." Then he asked, "And who do you love the most in the world?" And she said, "You, Grandpa." And he kissed her on both cheeks. Then she whisked off his hat and mussed his hair. And he smiled with the love that only a grandfather could have given. I first met Donald Trump when I was the CEO of World Wrestling Entertainment. For fun, he became part of some of the most compelling and highest rated storylines in the company's history. And when he became president, I was honored to serve in his cabinet, running the Small Business Administration. I traveled the country, talking to business owners and job creators. They knew they had a president who understood them and fought for them. He knew that small
Linda
businesses
McMahon, former head of the Small Business Administration, talking about the Donald Trump that she has called boss in the past. And next tonight, as the investigation into the assassination attempt picks up speed, we have just learned the former president met with the embattled director of the Secret Service, Kim Cheadle, here in Milwaukee. New details tonight on the suspect. Sources tell ABC News he looked up Donald Trump, President Biden, the dates of Trump rallies, and of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Here's ABC's Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas.
Hit it like you mean it. Tonight, we're learning more about the shooter's movements in the crucial hours before his attempted assassination of Donald Trump. This dramatic new video capturing the chaos as he took aim at that rally stage in Butler, Pennsylvania on Saturday. You hear a gunshot.
Oh, my goodness.
And see officers scrambling to climb a fence. The camera turning back toward the screaming crowd. Secret Service agents lifting up the former president as he pumps his fist in defiance.
Hit it like you mean it.
Officers ramming through that fence with a police car, racing towards the building where Thomas Matthew Crooks opened fire. We've learned Crooks searched for images of both former President Trump and President Biden on his phone, as well as the dates of Trump's rally in Butler and the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, sources say. And tonight, sources tell ABC News Crooks came to the rally site in Butler on the morning of the shooting, stayed there for an hour, then left and came back sometime in the early 5 o'clock hour. In this video taken around 5:06 p.m. and obtained by ABC affiliate WTAE, officials believe that is Crooks walking near the rally more than an hour before opening fire. Sources tell ABC News when he's near the security entrance with the magnetometers, he is a golf rangefinder, which can also be used to determine distances for target practice. And he's carrying a backpack. 5'10", Crooks is first identified as a person of interest, a full 62 minutes before the first shots. Sometime later, he climbs onto the roof using an air conditioner. At 5:52, he's spotted on the roof by Secret Service, a full 20 minutes before the shooting. At 6:02, Trump takes the stage. 6:12,
Take a look at what happened.
Crooks fires those shots, killing one man and nearly taking Trump's life. A Secret Service sniper taking him out. And the critical question now, why was the former president allowed to go on that stage? Sources telling ABC News, former President Trump met with the Secret Service Director, Kim Cheadle, on Tuesday.
No.
But in a wild and unexpected moment in the hallways of the Republican convention in Milwaukee, a group of Republican senators suddenly surrounding Cheadle demanding answers, although she's scheduled to appear before Congress on Monday.
We'll start answering our questions right now about the death threat to President Trump and allowing him to go on stage.
The video posted on Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn's X account.
I am happy to answer questions. This was an assassination attempt. You owe the people answers.
Our thanks to Pierre Thomas for that. Still much more to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the GOP convention. Former President Trump will accept the nomination tonight. As the Republican National Convention comes to a close, there's a lot of chatter surrounding something called Project 2025 and Trump's attempts to distance himself from it, the ties those in his orbit have to it, and the policies it's advocating for. That's next, as we're here in Milwaukee for Day 4 of the RNC, and a little RNC fact for you on the screen as we head to break.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag.
Not a tear in it.
How important it made the USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail?
David.
I'm David Muir.
I know you are.
You
Watch
do.
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different. If you could have the Brat Pack name not exist, would you? I hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
Andrew?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
There is
is a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story. I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final night of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. Project 2025 has been at the center of much discourse around Donald Trump and his possible second term if he wins in November. While he's recently trying to distance himself from it, many people in his orbit have ties to the organization behind it. ABC's Catherine Valders takes a deeper look at Project 2025.
Republicans meeting in Milwaukee this week, voting on the first new Republican Party platform since 2016, enacting a list of key policies former President Donald Trump and Republicans across the country will run on.
Thank you very much.
And that platform will have been crafted and influenced in part by individuals with deep ties to another document known as Project 2025, a sweeping initiative to overhaul the federal government. Spearheaded by the conservative think tank the Heritage Foundation, Project 2025 is a dramatic re-envisioning of the way our democratic institutions operate. It proposes giving the president the ability to easily fire thousands of career civil servants, replacing them with Trump loyalists. It's a plan aimed at pushing a conservative agenda, including shoring up the power of the presidency by expanding presidential power and eliminating several federal agencies. And Trump has supported some of these same policies on the campaign trail.
And I will shut down the Federal Department of Education.
The proposal also calls for a reversal of the Food and Drug Administration's approval of abortion pill mifepristone, but Trump said earlier this month he does not support blocking access to it. The presidential transition blueprint is composed of 4 pillars, a policy guide for the next administration that would include a LinkedIn-style personnel database for potential employees, complete with a training program called the Presidential Administration Project. It also includes a blueprint outlining proposed actions to be taken in the first 180 days of the administration. The 920-page plan would gut federal climate programs, dismantle the Department of Homeland Security, ensure for mass deportations, and authorize the military to assist in arrest operations along the U.S.-Mexico border. Heritage Foundation President Kevin Roberts appeared on Trump ally Steve Bannon's podcast, The War Room, earlier this month with a warning.
We are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
Trump declaring on his social media platform Truth Social that he knew nothing about the initiative and didn't even know who was behind it, claiming the Republican platform had nothing to do with it. But despite Trump's attempts to distance himself from Project 2025, the two worlds remain deeply intertwined. Trump has hailed the Heritage Foundation and its mission before.
This is a great group, and they're going to lay the groundwork and detail plans for exactly what our movement will do.
And several key former members of the Trump administration are involved, including Stephen Miller, who also recently helped Trump with debate prep and acted as a surrogate for him in the spin room following CNN's presidential debate. Miller appears in Project 2025's educational Presidential Administration Academy video, and his organization, America First Legal, is listed among its advisory members. Last week, the group asked Project 2025 to be removed from the board. He also released a statement to ABC News saying he has zero involvement with Project 2025 and just made an advice video for students. And even the Trump campaign's current press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, who was not working for the campaign at the time the video was produced, is featured. Conservative groups that Trump has supported financially sit on the project's advisory board, including a group led by Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows. And Russ Vought, a top Trump administration official who helped draft Project 2025, is also behind crafting the RNC party platform. The Trump campaign's senior advisors have long said ideas from outside policy groups, including Project 2025, are merely suggestions, stressing none of these groups of individuals speak for President Trump or his campaign. A spokesperson for the RNC said Trump's campaign and RNC platforms are the only policies endorsed by President Trump for a second term. But as recently as April, Project 2025 senior advisor John McEntee, previously a Trump White House advisor, told the Daily Wire he was working to integrate the presidential transition blueprint with the Trump campaign, while also attempting to create some distance between the two.
Obviously, there will need to be coordination, and the president and his team will announce an official transition this summer, and we're going to integrate a lot of our work with them. But I think keeping the two separate is actually the most beneficial way to go about it.
President Biden has assailed the plan.
Project 2025 will destroy America. Look it up.
Biden saying in a statement it would give Trump limitless power and enable him to use the presidency to enact revenge on his enemies. Fellow Democrats calling it a reckless agenda, but also framing it as a warning to voters ahead of the election.
The extreme MAGA Republican agenda is to jam Trump's Project 2025 down the throats of the American people. It's dangerous, it's dastardly, and it's diabolical.
So let us be clear. This represents an outright attack on our children, our families, and our future. And all of this is to say, I do believe this is the most existential, consequential, and important election of our lifetimes.
Let's start with this.
Our thanks to Catherine Falders for that. And now I want to go back to the stage, addressing the congregants here right now. Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo under Trump.
Closed. It may seem like a long time ago, but when we took office, there were people's heads being cut off at the beaches. We destroyed ISIS and its caliphate. And you know, here's another fun fact. We never lost our Secretary of Defense for 2 weeks either. You'll remember, for those 4 years, the evil of Vladimir Putin was held at bay. When we walked out, January of 2021, the Iranian regime was afraid, and the people of Israel were strong and secure, and we treated them like the friend and ally that they need to be. Everywhere we went, religious freedom was protected. We held 3 summits in North Korea, and North Korea was quieted. We had begun we'd begun an honorable exit from Afghanistan. And not a single Chinese spy balloon flew across the United States of America. 4 years. Had I been the Secretary of State and a Chinese spy balloon flew across our country, I would have been the former Secretary of State, and rightfully so. You know, under President Trump, the Chinese Communist Party, which to this day presents the greatest threat to our nation from outside of our country, we confronted it like never before. Look, ladies and gentlemen, in short.
Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. There's still much more to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the GOP convention. We'll hear from some undecided voters next. Tonight's theme is Make America Great Once Again, a fitting conclusion as former President Trump is set to take the stage. As we head to break, we look back at another nomination acceptance speech, the late Senator John McCain in 2008.
And after we've won, we're going to reach out our hand to any willing patriot. Make this government start working for you again and get this country back on the road to prosperity and peace. Tonight, I have a privilege given few Americans. The privilege of accepting our party's nomination for President of the United States.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions. Operational nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it. Not a tear in it. How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
David, good to meet you.
Ismail, David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
I watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Welcome back, everyone. With the convention now in its final day, we've heard a great deal about Republican plans to make America great once again. But according to a Reuters Ipsos poll from this week, some 15% of registered voters are still undecided. Our Byron Pitt sat down with 5 such voters from across the country. Let's take a listen to that conversation.
Thank you all for being with us today. We're so grateful. Let's jump right in. One word or short phrase, can you summarize the issue or issues that are highest priority for you? I want to go first to Dr. Naz Mohammed from San Francisco. Doctor, what say you? Give me a word or a phrase of what's most important to you.
LGBT issues, healthcare-related issues, and immigration are the most important to me.
Bobby Green Kilberg, what say you?
Civility, respect for the rule of law, education, globalism versus isolationism, but most importantly, respect for the rule of law.
Ivania White.
Hey, I would say words, education is one that's very important to me, race relations, and then I would say just the overall what is the temperature of our country right now? I would say those are my biggest.
Thank you. Rebecca Baker, what say you? What's your word? What are your issues?
Women's rights, LGBTQ awareness, and preservation of democracy.
Elliot Michael Jude Carter, what say you, sir?
I think the biggest issues facing today is, for me personally, is economics in regards to inflation, immigration, our crisis at the border right now, as well as education in our country, and unity.
Part of what I hear all of you say is the importance of civility and calming the rhetoric. And we'll get to that in a second. This next question how do you feel about your choices for president? Are you satisfied from the presumptive nominees from the major parties? Bobby Green Kilberg, hailing from Virginia, I'll start with you.
I am presently a none of the above voter. I'm a lifelong Republican. I served in senior positions in 3 Republican White Houses. In fact, I was the backstage green rooms manager for 8 Republican national conventions. It's very distressing, and Donald Trump is a real conundrum for me. I supported his lower taxes, his deregulation, his selection of conservative judges, charter schools, strong support for Israel. Those are all traditional Republican positions. But I was very upset with his disrespect for the rule of law, his lukewarm support of Ukraine and NATO, his isolationist foreign policy, the travesty of the assault on the Capitol on January 6th, his continuous denial of the 2020 elections, and going on and on and on. You look then at Biden, and he revitalized NATO and our other international alliances, but he's weak. He's inconsistent. He does not seem competent.
You know, Bobby, as you spoke, I could see a number of your neighbors or other panelists nodding their heads in agreement. Vanya White of Charlotte, North Carolina. This next question, Ivania of Charlotte, my family's home state. Question for you, what concerns you most about the candidates?
What concerns me most about the candidates is that they are not representative of what our nation is. If you look back in 2022, the median age of the population was 38 and a half years old. Our candidates are 78 years old, and our president is 81 years old.
Rebecca Baker in Grand Haven, Michigan. You've been watching the convention, and if so, has it swayed you at all what we're seeing from Milwaukee this week?
Not really, not yet. I'm stunned that these are the 2 best candidates that the country can come up with. I kind of agree with Bobby. I wrote in Mitt Romney in 2020. And I think that it's just so polarizing. The divisiveness and the extreme divisiveness is so apparent. And it's stunning to me that there are not even sliver of similar issues that we can come together on. I think a lot of this is for show, and it'll be interesting to hear what Donald Trump has to say this evening, because what we've been hearing is he tossed his first speech out in favor of unity and uniting the country and coming together and being a little bit softer on all of this vitriolic rhetoric that we've been hearing. I will be surprised if we don't see even some of that slip back in to his words, as that is what he is characteristically known for. He's a showman, and I don't believe that he is the best option for our country.
Sure. And that change in tone, we've all been told that in part is because of what happened over the weekend in Pennsylvania, and we're certainly going to talk about that in a moment. Elliot Michael Jude Carter from Texas, what do you think? Has the convention had an impact on you, or are you waiting for the DNC?
100%. I think it has a big impact on me, honestly. Watching how Republicans are really uniting around Trump at the convention has, in my opinion, kind of brought a little bit more sensibility to it. Before the convention, before the assassination attempt, I kind of wanted to see a little bit more of Trump to decide whether or not I was going to vote for him. I voted for him back in 2020. That was my first ever presidential election. And I think right now he is the best choice for our country.
And Bobby, I want to start with you, but I want to hear from everybody on this question. The events in Pennsylvania over the weekend, the attempted assassination of former President Trump, how did that hit you when you first heard? And has it had any impact on how you see this race moving forward?
Well, yes, I think it had a major impact on me, but the real question is, did it have an impact on Donald Trump? And I think it may have. I mean, if you remember Saturday night, Monday, when he came out and went over to the box, he looked subdued. He actually looked kind of sad.
Rebecca, what say you?
Absolutely, it had a major impact. Number one, I was stunned at the gross failure of the Secret Service to secure that building. And unfortunately, a young man is dead because of it. But I also feel like, I hope that Bobby is right. I hope that it did have a come to Jesus moment, if you will, for Donald Trump, because this is what it's coming to.
As you watch President Biden now, are you concerned about his aging? Have calls for him to step down, including from within his own party, altered your opinion of him?
We're seeing him call people by the wrong name. We're seeing him, as Rebecca said, forget what he's saying mid-thought, rambling on and on. And if it was any other position in any other job, they would respectfully ask that person to resign. So I think it's that we're at the point where he needs to respectfully be asked to resign, not for just himself, but for the betterment of this country.
To that point,
and its leadership.
Thank you, ma'am. To that point, just a show of hands, do you think Joe Biden should step aside? Show of hands, if you think he should. Wow, you all agree about that. And my last question, show of hands. If you are, despite our divided politics, despite who these candidates may be and your level of enthusiasm for them, are you still hopeful for America? Show of hands, if the answer is yes. 4 out of 5. So overall, we're still an optimistic nation. Thank you all so much. We are grateful for your time, grateful for your thoughtfulness, and we wish you and your families continued grace. And if we're fortunate enough, we will see you down the road before Election Day. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much to Byron Pitts for that roundtable. Still much more to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime. The GOP convention, former President Trump is expected to come soon to listen to some of the speeches before his keynote later on tonight. We're live here in Milwaukee for the closing night. The day's theme is Make America Great Once Again, as former President Trump prepares to take the stage. As we head to break, a look back at Mitt Romney accepting the nomination in 2012.
We will honor America's democratic ideals because a free world is a more peaceful world. This is the bipartisan foreign policy legacy of Truman and Reagan. And under my presidency, we will return to it once again. Mr. Chairman and delegates, I accept your nomination for President of the United States.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland.
From Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw.
Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home? We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation.
You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi.
Santa Fe, New Mexico. Raleigh, North Carolina. The U.S. Capitol. Mayfield, Kentucky.
Minneapolis,
Mexico. Tongass National Forest, Alaska.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
There is a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story. I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready?
Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes.
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start Here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back, everyone. We just finished hearing from Pastor Lorenzo Sewell here in Milwaukee at the convention site. I want to bring in Terry Moran, and Terry, he joins us from the floor. Terry, you just heard that moment. It kind of took the congregants here to church, really, talking about the favor of God on Donald Trump's life, that reference to Scripture, talking about how he is the president for such a time as this.
You know, Linsey, while they sing YMCA, this convention has been such an emotional journey for these delegates. You talk to people that were flying in Saturday night. Some of them weren't sure there was going to be a convention even. Monday was so subdued. There was a sense of shock and sadness, of course. And every day since, the energy has been building. The emotions are just at a fever pitch. They're ready to raise the roof here. And that sermon that they just heard is sure going to help them do it.
And we got to talk as well, and we're expecting Donald Trump to enter any moment to take the seat in the friends and family box to hear some of this early speeches. But have to talk about that idea that he's not expected in his speech to mention Joe Biden's name one single time. Why do you think that is?
Well, first, Joe Biden might not be on the ticket, right? It looks like a strong majority of Democrats, including some of those powerful Democrats in the country, want him out. So he doesn't want to focus on Biden. He's going to draw a very strong contrast, we're told, against the Democratic Party in general.
I'll interrupt you just for a second, because we do see the former president, Donald J. Trump, entering the arena right now, walking in to back Back in Black by AC/DC. Looking to see if he still has his ear covered. I know he had earlier this week, he told our Jonathan Carl that the doctor said, oh, he does still have the bandage on that right ear. Outside of the arena, interestingly, people were giving out bandages for their right ear for those delegates to don them tonight. Many of them written on there saying, we dodged a bullet. But here he is, taken in the crowd with that fist bump. Of course, he was the 45th president of the United States, hoping to become the 47th president. Third-time Republican nominee. He would also be, if elected, the first convicted felon to be president of the United States. Want to bring in our John Santucci. John, what do you think we can expect tonight? Always trying to get you to take out your crystal ball, because you know the Trumps as well as anyone.
You know, I think it's going to be interesting to see Donald Trump. I mean, he's obviously said he torn up the original speech for tonight that he had prepared. I'm told by my sources that it's going to be a version of Trump light, Lindsay. This is not going to be Donald Trump, American carnage, speeches of yesteryear. But nevertheless, there's still going to be that Trump flavor. And think about what Sarah Sanders told ABC News earlier today. I think it rings true for most people that we've been speaking to here at the convention site. They still want the Donald Trump they know. But it's going to be interesting how he balances that line between unity but giving the Trump brand and bravado, Lindsay.
And John, give us a sense of what you're expecting as far as tonight, because he's coming out at this point to hear Steve Witkoff in particular, a good friend of his and also real estate investor.
Well, not even just a good friend of his, one of the most frequent visitors to Donald Trump while he was on trial in Manhattan, Lindsay. We know that members of the Trump family, other members of the campaign staff, Trump Organization employees were with him. But Steve Witkoff was one of the few friends and major donors that ventured with Donald Trump to that Manhattan courtroom. So it is going to be interesting just to see that dynamic play out. You know, you think about the past conventions. Donald Trump has been the Republican nominee at 2 prior conventions, and he was introduced by his longtime friend Tom Barrack in 2016. This is going to be a very different convention in the sense that Donald Trump is going to be introduced tonight by Dana White, the CEO of UFC. Of course, that's, you know, the fighting club, if you will. That's a very different person. It's not someone that knew Donald Trump for 40 years like Barrack did, like Witkoff does. So I think seeing that dynamic of him coming out to see his friend is just interesting to, you know, think about for a second. The other thing that's going to be interesting, since, you know, I've clearly got a little time here with you, Lindsay, is to see the entire Trump family. We haven't seen Ivanka or Melania Trump at any of the campaign events so far. So to see all of the Trumps together under one roof is going to be a very rare moment of this campaign, Lindsay.
And right now we see Donald Trump listening to another friend of his, the head professional golf instructor at Trump International. He's making a few jokes right now about Trump's golf game. But Terry Moran, want to bring you back in here at this point, just to give us a sense. When he came in, it felt like the crowd was electrified. You're actually down in the midst on the floor there with the delegates. Give us a sense of what you saw.
Just incredible emotion, Lindsay, as you can imagine, as anyone can imagine. A lot of these people, I keep talking to people who say, I've been with them since 2016. And anyone, no matter what your politics, can imagine what the emotional journey is like to be with someone who has been president, defeated, coming back, and then after Saturday, to see him again in triumph. And the intensity of the emotion, that roar that came up from the crowd, he has always had that hardwired connection with his own people. He once joked about he could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and they wouldn't desert him, and they've proven that over and over. It's a connection unlike any other in American politics today or for many, many years. That's what you're seeing tonight. It's now taken over the Republican Party, and they smell victory in November.
John, I want to bring you back in here because in RNC, the conventions past, it hasn't always been that you have the nominee come out night after night and sit and actually watch the speeches. Well, quite often, Terry, I'm going to go back to you with the same question. What do you think it is about Donald Trump that he really wants to be in that box more often than we've seen many of the nominees in the past?
Well, I think he knows the power of his own charisma, especially after Saturday night, to show up really just hours later in that box. And that night, you didn't hear that roar. You didn't hear the explosion of voices that we heard tonight. It got soft, it got quiet when he walked in because of that tragedy that happened on Saturday night. That was the first time they saw him. He is bringing this party to a pitch of intensity because turnout is going to be so important, right? He wants everybody to be enthusiastic about it. But I think, look, we haven't seen a better showman in American politics in a long time. And he knows what his presence means now. He's got the bandage on his ear to prove it. I think he's deploying that status that he has now as the wounded leader in a way to bring his followers to an even greater pitch of intensity.
Terry Moran for us, our thanks to you. Many of the people in the front here on their feet. For those of us just joining us at this hour, we are here in Milwaukee on this, the final night of the Republican National Convention. We are coming to you live from Milwaukee once again, where in just a little while we'll hear from former President Trump. It'll be the first time since Saturday's assassination attempt. And the convention hall, for those who came just moments ago, there he is, heading to the family box to watch some of the speeches before his own big address just 5 days after that assassination attempt. All week long here, Republicans have stressed unity, but tonight it is the Democrats who are in the midst of unprecedented uncertainty. President Biden made an unexpected return to Delaware last night after testing positive for COVID at a campaign event in Nevada. The president says he's doing well, but he was seen moving slowly, accepting help getting into the car there, as you see in that video. And while Biden remains off the trail recovering, there are serious and growing questions within his own party about the viability of his campaign. Sources say top Democrats are putting increased pressure on him to step aside, including former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. The Washington Post is reporting President Obama thinks Biden needs to, quote, seriously consider the viability of his candidacy. And we learned late today that the president is more receptive to hearing those calls for him to step aside. Back here in Milwaukee, taking a live look at the convention floor, where we are told tonight in his prepared remarks, President Trump does not plan to mention Joe Biden's name. We have our entire team standing by, and we'll, of course, have much more on Joe Biden, what's next for the Democratic Party. But we begin this hour with Rachel Scott on the convention floor. And Rachel, it's been certainly a long week for the former president, highs and lows. How is this team feeling about tonight?
Yeah, well, you can feel the sort of confidence coming off of former President Donald Trump's face. I feel like every single night he has gained in confidence. And take a look at the energy on this floor right now. This is what I like to call just a little dance break that is breaking out here among some of the delegates. Obviously, in the Wisconsin section, they're wearing these cheese hats. Some of them even saying, "Make cheese great again, Lindsey." This is a crowd that is very fired up. They want to hear from the former president. Look, every single person in here watched what happened just 5 days ago when the former president had this attempted assassination on his life. Now he is here 5 days later on the final night of the Republican National Convention, preparing to accept the Republican nomination for president for the third time. And this has looked and felt just a lot different. Lindsey, earlier today I was going back and watching the Republican National Convention from 2020. The former president's speech, very defiant. He was going after Joe Biden repeatedly, calling him a disaster, calling him a failure. This time around, we're told that he doesn't even plan to mention him once. We'll see whether or not that holds, Lindsey.
We will certainly see that. But we are expected to see Melania and Ivanka, perhaps for the first time on this campaign trail.
Yeah, and this is what has been such a difference between this campaign and the last campaign for the former president, even the one before that, right? You had Melania Trump, you had Ivanka Trump really taking sort of these prominent roles. This time around, we've seen Donald Trump Jr. really step into that space. We know that he has been extremely influential, obviously, with securing Senator J.D. Vance as Donald Trump's running mate going forward, and that could shape the party also for years to come, because Senator J.D. Vance is only 39 years old. He's got a lot ahead of him as well. And looking ahead to 2028, many people see him as sort of the standard bearer for the Republican Party. But the bottom line here, yes, tonight, you're going to see the Trump family here. Ivanka Trump, Melania Trump will be in attendance as former President Donald Trump accepts that Republican nomination, Lindsay.
All right, Rachel Scott, the crowd here eager to witness it firsthand. And I want to bring back in ABC's executive editorial producer, John Santucci. And John, the former president, of course, survived that assassination attempt on Saturday. He has called the image of him holding his fist in the air iconic. How do you think that he'll address the shooting tonight in context to his message to American voters?
You know, listen, I think it's going to be a little bit of a mixed bag in the sense that, first of all, you know, I think he's going to invoke what has now become, if you will, the mantra of this convention, fight, 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 reenacting, of course, what happened in the moments after the assassination attempt on Saturday. You know, I'm curious how much of the words of Melania Trump come into tonight's speech, Lindsay, because think about it. We've heard nothing from the former First Lady throughout this entire campaign, with the exception of that rare statement she issued after Saturday's assassination attempt on her husband's life, where she talked about how she saw her life and the life of her son Barron flash before her eyes if Donald Trump did not move his head just a couple of inches and actually, you know, was alive. So I think I'm curious for that. You know, some sources I've spoken to in just the last couple of minutes, I've been texting with people here as I've been waiting to talk to you, have said to me that there's going to be some more personal elements. You'll be surprised by that in the speech. I've also been told that Donald Trump himself has written some portions of the speech. So I think how much of it is going to be a different tone and texture than Donald Trump has delivered before. One thing my sources have told me, the idea of American carnage, remember those were words he used in his 2017 inauguration address, not so much of that tonight, but what fills that void, that's what I'm going to be looking for, Lindsay.
And historically, former President Trump is known for his big entrances. He's already entered, of course, tonight to watch some speeches preliminarily. But later, are we expecting him to really wow the crowd when he comes out for his speech tonight?
Well, listen, we know that there's some performances that will lead into his introduction. I think, you know, all of us that have been watching the coverage all week here on ABC, we've all been talking about how every night he's entering this arena as if he's heading into, you know, a wrestling match, right? The walk-on behind stage. And we know he's going to be introduced by the CEO of UFC. I've seen Donald Trump attend those fights. He walks out the exact same way with that swagger about him. So I'm kind of curious what it's going to look like. You know, you brought up what happened in 2016 at his first convention. There was smoke, flashing lights. I mean, Donald Trump has said every day of his life he looks at it as a TV show. So that will be a reveal tonight. I've been asking my sources. As one person wrote me, we're not telling you. So keeping the surprise
they want us to be
close
surprised.
to the vest.
Yes, all right. But
That's
he is a showman, to be sure. All right, John Santucci, our thanks to you as always. And now I want to bring in contributing political correspondent and Politico Playbook co-author Rachel Bade. Rachel, let's talk about momentum. By our latest count, 22 Democratic members of Congress are now publicly calling on President Biden to step aside. That includes California Democratic Representative Jim Costa, who just made a statement moments ago saying Biden should pass the torch. What's the latest you're hearing about the momentum Biden faces?
Hey there, Lindsay. I mean, it's been a roller coaster for 2 weeks for Democrats. Will he or won't he drop out? Well, right now, I can tell you that my Democratic sources, they feel like this is over, that it's just a matter of time before Joe Biden steps aside. And look, I mean, Democratic leaders, they have been coming out, I shouldn't say coming out, they have been saying privately to Joe Biden, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Nancy Pelosi, that he needs to go, that he's dragging down the ticket, that he can't win. But I gotta say, the thing that is the most astounding to me right now is the level of hostility we have seen between Democrats in the last 48 hours. I should say, you know, Pelosi just a couple of weeks ago was telling Democrats, if you want Biden to step aside, relay this to him and to the White House privately. Don't sort of air your dirty laundry out in public. Well, they tried to do this. Joe Biden didn't listen. And so they've been sort of blessing leaks left and right of these private conversations with the president. We have never seen something like this, where you have the leaders in Congress adamantly trying to sabotage the campaign of the leader of their party. It's truly amazing, Lindsay.
It really is like something you would see like in House of Cards, you know, the TV, made for TV specials. I know earlier today you got a chance to speak with Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, who indicated he wasn't comfortable with the idea of a big House Republican investigation into Biden's fitness for office. Let's take a listen.
We have ourselves an unprecedented situation here. I mean, there's never been a scenario like this when you have hot wars around the globe, you have very aggressive adversaries, they're ready to pounce, anything could happen at any moment, and you have the weakest president in the Oval Office in memory, probably in the history of the country. So what is the right thing for all of us as Americans? Put aside the politics of it. What is the safest thing for us to do?
Hey, Rachel, what is he saying about what he thinks could happen next?
I told the president.
Yeah, the speaker contradicting himself a little bit, trying to walk this fine line. On the one hand, I actually asked him, what does he make of this push by some House Republicans to do a very aggressive investigation into Biden's fitness for office? There are some Republicans who are frankly excited about the prospect of subpoenaing Biden's doctors, his inner circle, having these high-profile hearings. But Johnson was not super comfortable with that, as you just heard in this clip. He said, look, our U.S. adversaries, they're going to respond to the idea that the U.S. president could be weakened, and he was concerned about airing that and megaphoning that to the world. But on the other hand, Johnson also told me that he was open to this idea by Republicans, that is being talked about behind the scenes, to try to force Biden to stay on the ticket, even if he wants to step aside. There are conversations going on about whether Republicans could use some sort of legal maneuvers in swing states to keep him on the ballot and not allow someone else to come on the ballot to replace him. Obviously, Republicans want to run against Joe Biden. They feel pretty confident that they can defeat him. But, you know, Johnson, here, this is contradictory, right? Like, he's saying he doesn't want Biden's certain condition to be aired, but at the same time, he wants him to be on the ballot. So pretty tricky there, Lindsay.
All right, Rachel Bade, our thanks to you. And I do want to point your attention to the center of the stage there, where Steve Witkoff, Donald Trump's friend and real estate investor who lost his son to a drug overdose, is now speaking. I want to bring in our D.C. Bureau Chief Rick Klein, who's been making a second home for himself on the convention floor here. And Rick, you had reporting last night that Biden's polling team has been making the case that he's well positioned to overcome a deficit, even if he's still down after Labor Day. We're talking about well into September. What kind of deficit are we talking about, and is this still potentially a reality?
Yeah, Lindsay, it's a tough argument to make because politicians definitely know polling, and they're looking at the polling right now, including one of the few polls to come out that was in the field entirely after Saturday night. It showed Donald Trump with a 2-point lead over Joe Biden, which is basically where the race has been for a long time. At the same time, even as they try to make this optimistic case, check this out from the Associated Press poll this week. 70% of Americans overall, an unbelievable number, 65% of Democrats think that Joe Biden should step aside. Even now, just weeks before his convention, that's the overwhelming opinion of Americans generally and Democrats in particular. That is tough to overcome if you're trying to make a case for Biden.
It certainly is. And Rick, with so many top Democrats suggesting Biden's candidacy may no longer be viable, notably Adam Schiff, Jamie Raskin, are they looking at the same polling that we are, that says a majority of voters believe another candidate would fare better?
Yeah, well, this is one of the few polls that shows that. Now, there aren't a lot of matchups that have been done yet, but Vice President Harris in a hypothetical matchup, a dead heat tie with Donald Trump. That goes from the 2-point deficit for Biden to that tie for Harris. So those are the kind of numbers that are circulating, because the argument that Democrats are making is, look, we know what we're getting with Biden and we're not happy with it. Harris does at least as well, if not slightly better. Of course, neither Harris nor any of the other Democrats have been vetted on the national stage the same way, so it's hard to tell if the polling would hold up.
And one can certainly appreciate this is a difficult call to make for Biden. And he did win the nomination. When you look at the idea of the democratic process, he got the votes necessary in the primary, and we have no idea if there is another prospective Democrat who'd be polling much better against Trump. I know we have those preliminary polls with Kamala Harris potentially, but how does the Democratic Party move forward saying, this is our decision to remove someone who did get all of those votes.
Yeah, that's what they're wrestling with right now, Lindsey. No one is actually nominated until you get to the Democratic Convention, which is about a month from now in Chicago. There is some virtual voting that might happen just a few weeks from now. In the meantime, if Joe Biden stays in the race, there's going to continue to be this angst over whether that is the right idea or not. And they still have a couple of weeks to make another move, another decision. Functionally speaking, only Joe Biden deciding to get out would open up that nomination for someone else to capture, because those delegates are all Joe Biden delegates, because he won those primaries.
All right, Rick Klein, our thanks to you. As always, we'll be checking back in with you later on this evening. Joining us now, Democratic strategist Donna Brazile and Reince Priebus, the RNC chair of the Milwaukee Host Committee. Welcome back to both of you. Donna, I want to begin with you as a former DNC chair. First, some Democrats were calling to put a pause on the virtual nomination ahead of the in-person convention. Now, Democratic presidential candidate Marianne Williamson wants delegates to push for an open convention. That's something that hasn't happened since 1968. Is that realistic?
I don't think so. Look, as Rick indicated, Joe Biden won the overwhelming number of delegates, pledged delegates to the convention, well over 3,900. He only needs about 1,976 and 1,978. You know, on Sunday afternoon, the Credentials Committee of the Democratic National Convention will certify all of the delegates, and this will be an opportunity for us to get to know them and to get to know their feelings. I enjoy all of my colleagues in the media and, of course, my friends on Capitol Hill and elsewhere providing their opinions, but our process started years ago. We had a call to the convention that was approved in September 2022. We are well ahead of schedule. I'm excited that the Convention Rules Committee will meet tomorrow, and we will continue to push forward. You know, I finally got my poster for Reince. I just want you to know my swag has arrived. I love swag. Since I couldn't stick around to get swag in Milwaukee, I'm ready for my Chicago swag. Look, we're going to have a very united convention. We're going to work with the candidate who's the presumptive nominee, also the President of the United States, so that he can continue to deliver for the American people. I don't like the rocky boat that we've been in, the circle of firing squad, so to speak. But I know for a fact that Joe Biden cares about this country. He cares about the Democratic Party. He has the overwhelming majority, 90% of the delegates, and they're going to stand by their candidate.
And Reince, just stand by here with us for a second. Donna, I know you're not going to want to play the what-if game, but just asking you, just for kicks, what do you think should happen if President Biden decides to step aside?
You know, as the leader of the free world, I've taken somewhat of a different approach. The president has earned the right, not only from the delegates, but from the Democrats, but also from the American people to make this decision. This is about the presidency, his legacy, and he cares deeply about the future. You know, Lindsey, back in 2020, I was there when the president made that announcement. I heard it, I was excited, and then I got to work. I think it's time for Democrats to start working, start going back to doing what we do very best, which is talk to the grassroots, get ready for this fall campaign. This is still going to be a close election. I'm not going to say anything about the Republicans and their 4 days, because I've been trying to find out as much as I can about what makes their delegates so happy. Our delegates will come to Chicago excited to nominate Joe Biden. And if Joe Biden, I know the what-if games, God forgive me, I'm a Catholic like Joe Biden. The what-if games, I played for 3 weeks, and I'm going to just tell you, what if Joe Biden decides to stay in the race? Well, you know what? We're going to fight like hell and help Joe Biden win.
All right. Reince, want to bring you in here. We've had reporting on the ground here all week, and outside the convention, Trump supporters are pumped up, many expressing that Trump is a shoo-in for the presidential election. Is that kind of confidence premature? It wasn't all that long ago that many were concerned about the Trump candidacy after his felony conviction.
Well, I don't believe anything's a shoo-in when about 40,000 people will probably decide the race in 3 states, but the Democrats are doing everything they can do to make this a lot easier for us. I mean, they're fighting about rules, they're fighting about credentials, they're fighting about, you know, who's going to put out the next press release asking Joe Biden to step down. I mean, it's a total train wreck. I mean, quite frankly, we could just sit back and watch all the Democrats debate each other on TV. So, look, putting the partisanship aside, it is truly unbelievable that the Democrats have this much of a mess on their hands, and that it's in fact the Republican Party that's completely unified, on the same page, ready to move forward and win this election. So there's a big difference between our party, which is unified, and the Democrat Party, which is becoming a bit of a joke.
You have a Trump campaign senior advisor on the stage right now addressing the delegates as Trump has just walked out of the main stadium here. Reince, just one more to you. How much should voters believe in the polls right now? I mean, obviously, we all saw what happened in 2016.
Well, polling historically for President Trump has been lower than reality, so my suspicion is that he's a little bit stronger than what the polling says. But I don't look at polling as absolute. I think polling is pretty much, it gives you a guide, it tells you a trend, but I really don't, hold, the polling to be like, absolute truth at all.
Reince Priebus, Donna Brazil, we thank you both so much as always. Still much more context and analysis to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the GOP convention. A small town has been at the center of two events that magnify the country's political and racial divides. In the wake of the attempted assassination on former President Trump, we asked the residents what they think about the future of our country and their city's role in its past. That's coming up next, as well as more analysis and coverage of the day's events as we're live here in Milwaukee for the final night of the Republican National Convention. A little RNC fact for you on the screen as we head to break.
Some of the world's most famous golfers, so they
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
Here's to good mornings in America.
Can you feel the love? Oh, yeah.
Mornings that inspire, filled with hope, kindness, joyous surprises, and so much fun.
This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
Start your day with Good Morning America's ray of sunshine, highlighting the best of America and helping
make dreams come true. Wow. I'm just so happy. It's so good.
Get ready to smile and put the good into your morning, America, because
you know what will make the morning better? A little ray of sunshine.
Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting. From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions.
Operational nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you. David, good to meet you.
Ismail?
David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
I watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime.
We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Reporting from Monterey Park, California, I'm Robin Roberts. Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back, everyone. We are, of course, here in the critical battleground state of Wisconsin, and one community, Kenosha, is all too familiar with turbulent times. Our Kira Phillips traveled there to take the temperature of voters as we get closer to November.
It's an idyllic community along the southwestern shore of Lake Michigan. Boats out on the water. Fresh corn from the farmer's market. Kenosha, Wisconsin, is even home to the country's oldest operating velodrome. It's a charming slice of Americana. But that all changed when Kenosha burst into the national spotlight. 29-year-old Jacob Blake, father of 3, was shot 7 times by a local police officer, leaving him paralyzed from the waist down. There were protests, looting. Kenosha was on fire.
We're protecting from the citizens.
Then 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse arrives on the scene, armed with an AR-15 style rifle.
We don't have non-lethal.
He says he's there to protect a car dealership from rioters. Events escalate. Rittenhouse shoots 3 men, killing 2 of them, further exposing the political and racial divides in our country. Then, a trial that captured the nation's attention.
Not guilty.
Rittenhouse is acquitted. Beloved by gun rights advocates, he becomes a poster child for the Second Amendment and a new darling of the Republican Party.
Take a look at what happened.
Now, in the wake of yet another act of political violence, this time an assassination attempt on the former president, all eyes on this battleground state where Trump is here for the Republican National Convention.
Is it reigniting the same type of fears you went through 4 years ago, seeing this attempt on Trump's life?
Yes. Yes. Some of the residents are concerned.
Community activist Molly Gray Moores says her community is now having flashbacks to the fear felt here 4 years ago.
Oh my God, are we going backwards instead of moving forward? We need our city and our nation to come to one place where we all come together. We can't keep tearing up our city and our nation.
And Kenosha's new police chief agrees. We met up with him at the grand opening of the new Uptown Lofts and Children's Library, the same site where businesses and buildings burned to the ground 4 years ago.
We're getting a return on investing in the people and being present at things like this and saying, yeah, we're part of this, right? Like, this is a nice new library that came here because of need, and it came here because of tragedy. But now it's something that's here, and it's something for the community, and we're right there with you, and we're part of the community.
But just an hour after our conversation with Chief Patton, news of the attempted assassination breaks. This time, we catch up with Chief off-duty, community policing at a local parade.
So we went back into the community and got their reaction, and they say this is bringing back, PTS from what happened here 4 years ago. What are you telling them?
Well, the scars are there, the trauma is there. What I can tell them is we're different and we're better than we were in 2020.
Here in the rural parts of Kenosha, it's Trump country, and there's definitely been a wake-up call.
Does it concern you that people are taking out guns versus just going and voting to get their message across?
Yes, I think so. I think that's the wrong choice. I think that your words are a strong enough weapon. That's why we have voting. That's why we have this country. So if you can't go and vote like a respectable person, then maybe this isn't the place for you.
They may not always agree with us, but they have their opinion, we have our opinions. Let's not take it to that level of violence.
Violence is never the answer.
Yeah, violence is not the answer. It doesn't solve anything. If you want your opinion, you need to go out and vote.
On the other side of town, Alvin Owens runs the Regimen Barber Collective. And with every cut comes a conversation.
We have community engagement sessions in the barbershop during and after hours to make sure that people are in the know, and they're from all walks of life and all different backgrounds.
Is that inspiring people to vote?
Yes, 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 yes. Definitely.
Today's topics, the direction of our country and who will lead it.
I got 4 children, and they're all boys, and I want them to be kings. I want them to be men in the truest sense that they can, and I can't teach that if I don't embody it, and I may not want to vote, but I got to, man. So hopefully I vote for the right person. We'll see.
I think that's really important to go outside of your box and listen to other people and learn who they are and embrace our diversity, because that's what America is.
Now, as the nation heads into the final months of this tumultuous election cycle, both presidential candidates are calling for less angry rhetoric and more unity. Canossians agree.
Whatever side of the fence you fall on, an attack on an elected official or a former sitting president or a candidate for that matter is kind of an attack on our democracy. The world kind of looks to America as the leaders in that field. So this sets us back. We can't have it. It's un-American.
Let's work together. Everybody have a voice. Use it. You don't have to use anger. You don't have to use weapons. None of that. That's not what we're about.
Lessons from a small town that an entire country can learn from.
Our thanks to Kira for that. Still much more context and analysis to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the GOP convention. While the mood is mostly celebratory here, there's some turmoil within the opposing party over the future of its candidate, what the White House and polling are telling us. Before we had to break with former President Trump speaking tonight, we look back at the first time he accepted the nomination back in 2016.
So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. I humbly and gratefully accept your nomination for the presidency of the United States.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
I'm really sorry that article had to come out.
I just remember seeing that cover and thinking, oh. So I thought it might be interesting to try and contact everyone who is in the Brat Pack. You were not interested in talking about the Brat Pack.
I turned everything down.
How come you're talking to me?
Because it was time that we clear the air on a couple of things.
Whoa. I hated the Brat Pack for decades.
What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
We're afraid we were brats, you know.
Andrew?
I mean, I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium. There were moments.
We could have. 1985? I think we could have.
Welcome back, everyone. Immigration is obviously one of the big topics, not only here at the RNC, but across the country. I want to bring in ABC's Maria Villarreal, who is our eyes and ears when it comes to immigration and our southern border. Maria, thanks for joining us. Certainly, there's been a lot of general talk about immigration and chaos, crime along the border the last 4 days, and we can expect that that will be talked about in Trump's speech tonight. I spoke to Senator Marco Rubio about immigration, who was on the short list to be vice president. Let's take a listen.
We didn't have what we have right now. This is completely different. We've always had illegal immigration. This is invasion-type numbers. This is a mass migration. Totally different dynamic from what we're talking about 10 years ago. Completely different.
Put this issue in context for us, Maria. What does Biden's approach to immigration look like over his term?
Well, you know, Linsey, we should actually point out, right, that kind of language, that kind of verbiage, that was scaled back during the RNC by most of the speakers. While a lot of people were talking about immigration and chaos along the border, it was a more subdued approach, a more emotional approach. You know, that kind of language is what we know incited people, scares people, and exactly what we saw in the El Paso mass shooting several years ago. And that's the fine line that we've had to see this president and this administration actually walk, is the idea that it's a balancing act between, you know, supporting law enforcement, making sure that they have what they need along the border, you know, whether that's manpower or resources, but also helping find, you know, new and legal pathways for migrants to claim asylum. And it's been difficult for this administration. When we hit that all-time high back in December of the number of encounters and apprehensions along the border, we thought there was going to be a compromise by both sides, except that that security package fell through after Trump, you know, got in the middle of it saying, give immigration to me, I can handle it better. And that really forced the hand of this administration. And so right now we are seeing a much more hard-line approach to immigration as a whole, in some of the more restrictive policies on asylum. So again, there was this hope that there could be a more compassionate route, but obviously that has changed over the last 6 months.
And there are images of people at the RNC here with signs that read mass deportation now, clearly referring to verbiage used by former President Trump. Is the Republicans' messaging on immigration resonating with voters or people down at the border?
You know, Linsey, that's a yes and no kind of question. I mean, yes, I think by clearly the people that are in the crowd, it is resonating with America as a whole. There is a concern about immigration and why we haven't been able to fix the situation. But people along the border that deal with this on a daily basis, whether it's because they are local leaders or they are in law enforcement, they are nonprofit organizations, they know it's not as simple as saying mass deportations. You're using that kind of word and verbiage because, one, you want to encourage people to get involved, to go to the polls and to vote for Trump. But at this point, there's no path, no plan that we've seen in place that can help us get there just yet. But we are hoping we hear some of that tonight from former President Trump.
Maria Villarreal, our thanks to you. I imagine that there at home you can hear the eruption of applause. People on their feet throughout the stadium here in response. You see him right there, Tucker Carlson, formerly of Fox News, now hosts Tucker on X.
Okay. Can I just say, Peter Navarro is back. Welcome to Peter Navarro. Suffering the fate that has happened to so many who are friends with Donald Trump. Thank you for having me. I have been to many conventions. I have never been to a more fun convention or a convention with better vibes. They literally let Navarro out of prison. First of all, thank you. This feels a lot different from what I thought it was going to feel like. I can't hear you, but I know it's something good. So I watched the video of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania about 50 times. I think I was one of about 8 billion people around the world who watched it. And the more I watched it, the more it struck me that everything was different after that moment. Everything. And this convention is different. The nation is different. The world is different. Donald Trump is different. When he stood up after being shot in the face, bloodied, and put his hand up, I thought at that moment, that was a transformation. This was no longer a man. Well, I think it was divine intervention. But the effect that it had on Donald Trump, he was no longer just a political party's nominee or a former president or a future president. This was the leader of a nation. And I think there's a difference. I've spent most of my life in Washington where the president is at the top of the pyramid. Everyone wants to be the president. But if you think about it, the presidency comes with great power, obviously. But if you think about it, that is a title that is bestowed by a process of some sort that can be subverted. And in the end, it does not...
Tucker Carlson there saying that the president, after that assassination attempt, showed leadership, and that also he's never been to a convention with better vibes. For more on what's to come this final night of the RNC convention, let's bring in ABC News White House correspondent Mary Alice Parks. Mary Alice, what are you going to be looking and listening for in President Trump's speech tonight?
Yeah, Lindsay, we've been talking so much about the fact that he personally rewrote this speech. I'm going to be listening for two big things. Does he mention the 2020 election? Does he deny the results of the 2020 election? And does he talk about January 6th and wanting to pardon those rioters who attacked the Capitol? I mean, those are such big parts of his typical campaign speeches, of his regular stump speech. But we also know that they are two messages that do not resonate well with the general electorate. They do not resonate well with swing voters, with independent voters. So is this really a new Trump speech, a direct appeal to more moderates? Lindsay?
And what about the lineup of speakers? What do they say about the Republican Party?
Yeah, it's interesting. We're listening to Tucker Carlson right now. We're going to also hear tonight from Eric Trump, one of his sons. But, of course, the real theme, it feels like, tonight is to fight and to wrestle for votes. We're going back to Donald Trump's roots, the WWE. We're going to hear from Hulk Hogan and UFC CEO Dana. I think that that theme of fight is powerful in this moment after that imagery of the former president surviving that assassination attempt. Of course, we're all picturing him with his fists in the air, mouthing fight, fight, fight after he was wounded after that horrific violence. But it also is a simple image, a powerful image that draws such stark contrast to the conversation happening with Democrats who are really wrestling with whether or not their candidate is fit enough, and the anxiety among Democrats about whether their candidate is fit enough. So in a lot of ways, we're seeing this sort of simplification here of a fighter being put up literally side by side in some of these images on TV next to President Biden. But look, it is interesting, too. This lineup is light on policy. I mean, I do cover Washington. I cover the White House. This is wonky. Forgive me, Lindsay. But they're beyond mass deportations like you were talking about, some policy on immigration, building the wall. We haven't heard much from this Republican Party, from former President Trump, about what he actually wants to do with a second term, nor really from these speakers. So that'll be interesting, too, tonight if that starts to change. But from the lineup, I'm not sure that it will.
All right, Mary Alice Parks, our thanks to you. And as we welcome anybody who may be just joining us back to the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee on the final night, of course, former President Trump accepting the nomination, and it comes as there are many questions about whether President Biden should stay in the race. We want to take a look at the latest polling. 538. Galen Drupe joins us now, a man with a passion for the political polls. Galen, what kind of data do you have on head-to-head matchups with Trump?
Yeah, Lindsay, looking at the average today, according to 538, President Biden trails former President Trump by about 3 percentage points nationally. And the picture is a little worse for Biden in those key battleground states in the upper Midwest of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So that's what Democrats are worried about. And that's why we're probably hearing from Democrats across the spectrum concern suggesting that maybe he should get out of the race. Now, who are they saying should take his place? We oftentimes hear Vice President Kamala Harris. We have some polling that looks at what a head-to-head would be like her against former President Trump. And according to ABC News polling, she got 49% of support compared to Trump's 46%. So that's a 3-point advantage over Trump. But I think it's important to say that that doesn't persist across all the polling we see. She doesn't beat Trump across all of the polls. But what we do see is that she consistently performs better than Biden. So I would say to Democrats in particular, replacing Biden at the top of the ticket is not a guarantee to be able to beat Trump in November. It's basically trading the risk that they know for a risk that they don't know. They know that voters feel like the current president is too old. But if Kamala Harris ends up at the top of the ticket, that will completely change the dynamics of the race, and we will see a campaign waged over different issues, and we may ultimately see that that campaign brings Harris's numbers down. We'll only find out, though, if they decide to make this move.
Of course, the conventions and nomination acceptance speeches are much about it, who's a better leader, as what type of person they're perceived to be. What do voters have to say about that?
Linsey, it's a good question, and I have some research that really gets at the root of this. So Gallup asked Americans, who do you view as more likable, Trump or Biden? And overwhelmingly, Americans choose Biden. About 57% of Americans say that Biden is more likable. But when you ask, who do you think is a strong leader? It's exactly the reverse. About 57% of Americans say Trump is a strong leader. So what are we going to see tonight from Trump's speech? I think that the campaign is aware of this dynamic, and they've been trying to soften the Republican Party's image and Trump's image throughout the 4 days that we have been in Milwaukee. They've been talking about unity. They've excised a lot of the sort of red meat and divisive messages that you honestly hear on the stump from Donald Trump. And so I think they realize that he has a likability problem, even if Americans think he's a strong leader, and they're going to try to lean in to making him a more personable, more likable character on the national stage.
Galen Druk from 538, our thanks to you. We'll be checking back in with you later on this evening. In the meantime, still much more context and analysis to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the GOP convention. It is the closing night of the convention, and every day the party has focused on a different part of its platform. It's all led up to this night when it culminates with former President Trump set to take the stage.
Betrayal is one of the hardest types of trauma to overcome.
This is her knight in shining armor.
Everything felt right. All of a sudden, I found this hidden folder. I opened it. I don't think I can say it. I'm sorry. It's shocking. My stomach just dropped. He just really didn't think I had it in me to do something. So I did.
Betrayal, a Father's Secret, the all-new season on Hulu.
Is some kind of a bold demon here.
Somebody is killing young black women.
The fear was just insane. I was not gonna stop until I found out who did this.
He knew all of his victims. He portrayed himself as a good friend.
Now Friday, the prison interview with the killer.
Once I touched him, it's over.
And the first interview with the only surviving victim. 2020, Friday night on ABC.
Let's go.
The ship is incredible. It feels like living in a science fiction movie.
We just saw what no one has seen before.
Wow, look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Well, dead ahead!
We are heading into the unknown.
Hammer, hammer, hammer. It doesn't get any more cutting edge than this.
All right, let the dogs out, please.
I don't think he's going to give you a hard time.
Even if he gives me a hard time, I'm the right guy. I want to make sure that we all learn together.
Calm, confident.
Calm, confident, calm, surrender.
Everything that he's taught has become a reality.
We are so grateful and impressed.
I feel like crying.
You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you also rehabilitate you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final night of coverage of the RNC from here in Milwaukee. You see Tucker Carlson still on stage here. Of course, it's been a wild week of twists and turns as we prepare for former President Donald Trump to take the stage tonight to formally accept the party's nomination as the GOP presidential candidate. Joining us now is the ABC News contributor John Katko and Democratic strategist Marcia Espinoza. Thank you both so much for joining us. John, let's begin with you. We want to lean into your expertise from once having oversight over the Secret Service on Capitol Hill. Some Republican lawmakers are calling for the Secret Service director to step down after the breakdown in security during Trump's assassination attempt on Saturday. There are reports that Speaker Johnson called the White House this morning demanding they fire Director Cheadle. What can you tell us about that? Is it warranted, or should the independent investigation be allowed to play out?
Well, I always think that doing your homework before you pull the trigger on moving somebody, removing somebody, is probably a good thing. It's pretty obvious that there were some very serious failings here, but asking someone to step down seems more like a political thing at this point than it does the prudent thing to do. Let's see the investigation through until the point, or unless there's a point where they become so concerned with the going forward, whether individuals in the Secret Service can carry out their mission and protect the candidates through the remainder of this election season. If that's the case, then of course you want to make a change. But it seems like this is more political grandstanding than it is anything else. And I think, that's kind of irresponsible. Letting investigations take their course and letting the facts dictate what happens is a much more prudent course in my mind. That's the way I conducted myself as a prosecutor, and I think they should do that in this case. It's a forensic endeavor right now. They need to continue with the forensic endeavor until they find out what really happened. And things always change, so let's see what happens.
And Marcia, there's a lot of focus right now on the uncertainty in the Democratic Party. It's playing right into the hands of the Trump campaign. How does the party combat that?
And rebuilt it the right way. Well, I think there's so much misinformation out there right now and a lot of anonymous sources. So here's what we know. Joe Biden is the party's nominee. He is running for re-election. So Democrats need to focus. Tonight, a convicted felon is going to take the stage and talk about how he's going to make people's lives much worse if he gains power. So if we focus on that, come together until we know anything else, that's where we are. Americans have a choice between two very contrasting visions for our future: the Biden-Harris ticket on unity and creating opportunity for everyone and protecting women's reproductive freedom, or the Trump ticket, whose harmful agenda wants to take away our rights, hurt the middle class, and make life a little more expensive. So let's focus.
And John, what does former President Trump need to say tonight to convince Republicans in tight congressional races that his message can reach voters concerned about a second Trump administration?
And to those who work.
I'm not trying to be a wise guy, but not much. Right now, the Republican Party is kind of on cruise control because of everything that's going on within the Democratic Party. And everything she just said regarding the issues are accurate, but here's the problem. The messenger is really flawed right now, and he's cognitively deficient. And I'm not saying it from a mean standpoint. My father had Alzheimer's, but it's clear he's got issues. It's clear he's got struggles. And it's clear he cannot articulate the message for the Democrats. So for the Republicans, they just have to kind of get through this and get through the election. And unless and until there's a different messenger, I think it's going to be very hard for the Democrats to articulate their message. And that's the real struggle that's going on internally in the Democratic Party, I think.
And Marcia, Democrats are watching tonight. What should they be looking to hear from Donald Trump this evening? And how can they shift this momentum?
President Trump's vision. Yeah, well, I think that we can expect to hear more of what we saw from the debate in June, where Trump just basically lied the entire time. So we can expect to hear a lot of that. Republicans all week at this convention have tried to whitewash the 4 years during the Trump presidency, to play it like it was a time of peace and prosperity where we all had pancakes for breakfast and ponies in our backyard. But none of that actually fits what Trump did. So let's remember, and Democrats will be pointing this out, I'm sure, tonight, that under Trump's leadership, the country went from one crisis to the next. He separated migrant families, separated babies from their moms at the border. There was a spike in prices because of his trade war with China. And, even last night, the RNC was handing out signs that said mass deportation now, which is deeply disturbing. The fact that they were celebrating that, we can expect to see more divisive and polarizing issues. So, all that just shows how little respect that Trump had for the Constitution and those who take an oath to defend it.
John Katko, Marcia Espinoza, we thank you, as always, for your insight throughout the week. And I do want to let our viewers know that we have just heard that Senator Jon Tester is the latest Democrat to call on President Joe Biden to step aside. Of course, Jon Tester, a senator from Montana. And I want to bring in Jay O'Brien. He's on the floor here at the convention. Jay, Tucker Carlson was on stage just a few moments ago. We listened to a little bit of what he had to say. Saturday. Part of that, he talked about some unscripted election lies. It appears that those were not on the prompter, that he kind of started to ad-lib that. What can you tell us about how those comments were received?
I mean, they were received positively, Lindsay. Really, everything he said was received in a positive nature. And it goes to show you kind of something that we haven't, frankly, seen much at this convention, which is those false claims of a stolen election or comments about, for instance, January 6th defendants that Trump previously at rallies has called hostages. You and I played reporting about that earlier on in the week. Point being, that has been not necessarily a big theme of this convention. We know from reporting that Trump and his allies have considered those issues to be top of mind potentially for them, but Trump has been advised by his team that those are not issues that voters gravitate to. So one of the things we have not seen is a lot of speakers on this stage go up, get on the podium, and talk about false claims about the 2020 election and things of that nature. So the reason why we're talking about those Tucker comments is the sheer fact that he was one of the few, if frankly one of the only people, to get up on that stage in any noteworthy way and repeat something that Trump, really prior to Saturday, used to repeat frequently over and over again on the campaign trail.
And of course, there's no proof of a stolen election. I want to talk to you about something that we've just learned as far as some gear that Donald Trump was given that he may bring out on the stage with him tonight about that victim from Butler, Pennsylvania. Of course, that volunteer firefighter, Trump supporter, dad, and father.
Yeah, we've learned from a family of Corey Compertor, who was that firefighter that was killed at that rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, that the family gave the Trump campaign his firefighter jacket and helmet. And we've learned that former President Trump will have those items with him later on in the evening when he addresses the crowd from this stage. Exactly what that display looks like, we don't know. And the other thing we don't know, frankly, Lindsay, is what does he say about Saturday's rally? We've heard from people close to Trump. I've talked to lawmakers who've talked to those in Trump's orbit who say, in their view, the scuttlebutt right now, excuse me, is that Trump is somewhat of a changed person based upon that experience. It's unclear if that holds true when he gives those remarks on this stage. We don't know what he'll say. We know he wants to express this message of unity. What we don't know is what his definition of unity is. Is that unity inside the Republican Party, or is that unity across the country on both sides of the aisle?
Jay O'Brien, our thanks to you. As always, we'll be checking back in with you later on this evening as we watch another speaker come. But the excitement certainly building throughout this convention site. We see many of those delegates have ear covers resembling the bandage that Donald Trump now has on his right ears. Many with shirts that have pictures of Donald Trump's mugshot on them. Some doing that Donald Trump dance that he so often does, but many people eager to hear what Donald Trump has to say only 5 days after that attempted assassination on his life on Saturday. And that does it for us and our special coverage this hour of the final night of the Republican National Convention. I'll be joining David Muir and our entire Powerhouse Political Roundtable as Donald Trump gets set to deliver his primetime address just moments from now. Stay with us.
Betrayal is one of the hardest types of trauma to overcome.
This is her knight in shining armor.
Everything felt right. All of a sudden, I found this hidden folder. I opened it. I don't think I can say it. I'm sorry. It's shocking. My stomach just dropped. He just really didn't think I had it in me to do something. So I did.
Betrayal, a father's secret. The all-new season on Hulu.
All right, let the dogs out, please. I want to make sure that we all learn together.
We are so grateful. You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you'll rehabilitate you.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions. Operational nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it. Not a tear in it. How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work. Hi. Where are you? Where are you? Appreciate you. Thank you.
David, good to meet you.
Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
I watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast. Whenever news breaks,
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life, streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
Tonight, ABC News Live coverage of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. Former President Donald Trump is here, about to take center stage, standing before the country to make his case to return to the White House. He told ABC News he threw out his speech following the attempted assassination on his life, saying it changed him, saying he will focus on unity right here tonight. ABC News Live coverage starts right now.
This is an ABC News Live special. After one shocking and extraordinary week, tonight is his night. As former President Trump takes center stage, accepts his party's nomination, and makes his case why America should send him back to the Oval Office. What will he say tonight? The Republican National Convention, live from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Now reporting, David Muir.
You're looking at live pictures of a packed convention hall here in Milwaukee. The cheers in that hall. This is the final night of the convention, and they are waiting Donald Trump tonight. You can see the ABC News broadcast booth right there. Good evening, and thank you for joining us on this fourth and final night of the Republican National Convention right here in Milwaukee, where the night, as I mentioned, belongs to Donald Trump. Just 5 days after the attempted assassination at his rally in Pennsylvania, the former president will be center stage later this evening here, standing before thousands of delegates here and millions of Americans across the country, making his pitch to return to the White House. Trump walking into the convention hall a little more than an hour ago. He told ABC News earlier this week that he threw out his original speech after the horror the country witnessed on Saturday and said that he would focus on unity tonight instead. ABC News has learned that he does not plan to mention President Biden or Vice President Kamala Harris by name here tonight. Here in the convention hall tonight, we are expecting to see former First Lady Melania Trump. It would be her first campaign appearance. She's expected at any moment. She's been keeping a very low profile since leaving the White House. She has not appeared at any Trump rallies. She did not appear with him at any of his court proceedings. Trump's daughter, Ivanka Trump, is also expected to make her first appearance of the campaign right here tonight. When we see them arrive, we will bring that to you, of course. Tonight's celebration unfolding amid the breaking developments as well involving President Biden's campaign. He is under tremendous pressure from Democratic leaders to step aside. Some key Democratic leaders, Jonathan Karl, reported on World News Tonight that the president is now more receptive to this discussion about whether or not he should exit the race. He remains off the trail tonight fighting COVID in isolation at his home in Rehoboth, Delaware. He's being treated, the White House tells us, for mild symptoms. We did see him get off Air Force One last night, moving slowly. He says he is doing fine. The White House says he plans to return to campaigning next week. So as you can see, we have a lot to talk about again tonight, so let's get right to it. I'm here with our entire Powerhouse political team, John Karl, Linsey Davis, Martha Raddatz, Rachel Scott, Terry Moran, our team down on the convention floor. This night does belong to Donald Trump, and as we await the former First Lady Donald Trump told you early this week, John, that he obviously was profoundly affected by what played out on Saturday, and he said it will affect what he says to the country here tonight.
He said he had written his speech. It was a humdinger, he said, meaning he was going to go at Joe Biden, go at him very hard. But he told me he was going to emphasize unity. And you mentioned, we have learned that he doesn't mention Joe Biden by name, at least doesn't intend to, and doesn't even intend to mention Kamala Harris. What a change from 4 years ago, David. You know, Chris Donovan, who works with us here at ABC, went back and counted. There were more than 40 mentions of Joe Biden in his convention speech in 2020.
Yeah.
And none of them flattering, obviously.
Yes, well, that would be expected, right? The question is whether or not he sticks to that tonight. And not expected, though, to mention President Biden by name, nor the vice president. We are awaiting the first lady here in the hall. We will also see, of course, Donald Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, who introduced himself to the country here last night, his wife introducing him. But tonight, a lot of eyes will be on the former First Lady, Linsey Davis. Melania Trump has stayed out of the public eye for the most part, particularly with the court proceedings. Not there in the courtroom, though some members of the family were. But this is her first night officially as part of this campaign.
We haven't seen Melania. We haven't seen Ivanka. And Ivanka was basically a fixture in years past, introducing her dad, actually had an office there at the White House. But now she's decided politics is a rough and tumble place that she doesn't want to be a part of. What's interesting is I did talk to Eric Trump earlier this week, and he said you can't have a near-death experience without being a changed person. And for the last few days, we've really been trying to read the tea leaves, try and tell by body language, is Donald Trump going to be different? And it's going to be just so fascinating to hear from him in his own words, the kinds of things that he said prior to Saturday, talking about January 6th insurrectionists as hostages, or talking about that there was a stolen election, something that we have no indication or proof that there was. We haven't heard that, with the exception of Tucker Carlson, who just got on stage and actually mentioned that. They were not in his scripted remarks, but all of a sudden he started talking about subverted elections, which the crowd loved, by the way. But that kind of red meat that appeals to his base, it's actually been determined that that's a turnoff for the swing voters and those undecided voters. So will he have any mention of that tonight? Probably not, but we'll see.
Yeah, not likely. And that was the exception, Martha, the Tucker Carlson speech from the other speeches given here. It has been remarkable. The effort here has been on full display to unify the Republican Party, particularly after what not just Republicans, Democrats, Independents, what this entire country witnessed in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Exactly. And of course, we had Nikki Haley speaking this week to the crowd, and that was part of trying to get that vote as well, those independents, those Nikki Haley voters.
Some boos when she walked out there.
Some boos, I was going to say, but there were definitely some boos, but she started out in the right way to calm down the boos by saying, President Trump asked me to come here tonight in the spirit of unity. And then those boos pretty much went away. Whether she was successful in convincing all of her voters, that definitely remains to be seen until Election Day. But, you know, I went down there when Donald Trump was just entering, was very close by to see him. We know when he started the week, he was very somber when he entered, and he looked very tired. And that's completely understandable about the horrific event on Saturday. But he has gained more energy every single night. When he walked in tonight, waving to the crowds, shaking every hand he could possibly shake. But he seems ready for this speech tonight. I will be very interested in his tone, because of course that matters a lot. It's not just the words he uses or the language he uses or whether he's leaning back on the attack mode, but just the tone. And I expect we'll be here a very long time. Donald Trump never speaks quickly.
He doesn't. And I
No,
think
he
he'll
doesn't.
take as much time as
Yes,
they give
he will.
him.
Yes, he will.
Up there on the floor tonight. You know, keep in mind, he's waited all week. He's been here every
Yes, he
single night.
has.
He has watched his running mate introduce himself to the country. He's watched the other speakers present themselves as well in support of Donald Trump. And that's a test in and of itself for Donald Trump to sit there and listen to other people speaking.
Although his granddaughter, he loved
He did
that
love
one.
that.
He loved the granddaughter.
Yes,
you bet.
especially when she said, you know, tough to golf against my grandfather, but she said in so many words, you know, I'm tough too. Remember, I'm a Trump. That's what she said to her grandfather, and he
Trump
loved
tough, yeah.
hearing that. Let's get right down to the floor. Rachel Scott has been our reporter down on the floor this entire convention. And Rachel, no question, obviously interest in the former First Lady tonight when J.D. Vance returns to the convention hall, but all eyes tonight focused on Donald Trump.
This is going to be Donald Trump's moment, David, and it comes just 5 days after the attempted assassination on his life. So you know that the former president told our John Carl he ripped up that speech. He's starting over. He really wants to focus on unity tonight. And the former president said himself earlier today that he does not plan to mention Joe Biden, of course, a single time. And former President Donald Trump has been dug in on sort of this politically divisive rhetoric, of course. The question tonight, and something that I'm watching for, David, is there really a new Donald Trump? And how long does this message of unity last, David?
One of the questions I have, Rachel, will he have, I know he had the patch on when you saw him earlier, Martha, with the ear. He was saying, I believe it was to you, John, earlier this week, he was hoping, right, that patch would be off in time for Thursday.
That's
always
exactly.
thinking about the optics, right?
Yeah, and he's very keenly aware of it. And of course, you have people wearing that patch. By the way, I just have to say, you have to remember the speech he gave of the first campaign rally where he said, I am your retribution. That has been the theme of this campaign. So if we really don't see him talk about Biden and talk in those terms, that will be a massive change, because the beating heart of this campaign has been one of not just going after Joe Biden as a political opponent, but going after anybody that has crossed him, including Republicans, and saying that his campaign was about getting back at his enemies.
But make no mistake, John, given what he went through on Saturday, and the country witnessed this, and no one wishes this on any candidate, regardless of their political affiliation, he must recognize that he has a unique opportunity in this moment to deliver a message of unity.
He does, both in terms of that, I mean, we can't imagine the experience, you know, the idea that he could have been, you know, half an inch or an inch away from being killed and not being here. He's here. He feels like he has a second chance. That's got to affect you. The other thing that's affected him, I think, is just in the straight politics of things, is he's ahead. You know, he's coming in. He was never ahead in the polls in 2016. In 2020, you know, Biden was essentially ahead from the start. And now he suddenly finds himself as a front runner. I mean, one person I was talking to here is close to the president, said he could play golf for the next 4 months and he would win. You know, I mean, that's true, but he has the wind at his back. Biden's had the worst month of a major nominee for
it would seem in modern political times, right?
I mean, and he's had arguably the best.
With the exception of a horrific
event
on Saturday, but he handled it with
surviving that on Saturday.
No question.
I think
his
he
political instincts. Yes. And a lot of the speakers tonight, from Hulk Hogan to Dana White of the UFC, they've all talked about the remarkable strength, resilience, and political instincts to not only duck at that podium, but then to stand back up and put his fist in the air. You know, those words, fight, 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 with the blood on his face. That's going to be a theme that we hear about here tonight. John Santucci with us as well. He's covered Donald Trump for many years and the Trump family. This will be significant, too, when we see Melania Trump and Ivanka Trump here tonight, because they have you know, made a choice to step back, at least until now.
David, we haven't seen either of them on the campaign trail so far in this 2024 cycle. It's going to be the first time the entire family is under the same roof during this campaign. And what's most striking, David, let's recall the past conventions. Donald Trump has been the Republican nominee twice before. At both of those conventions, he was introduced by Ivanka Trump before he accepted the Republican nomination. Tonight, David, he's going to be introduced by Dana White, the CEO of UFC, of course, the Fighting Association, very different than a family member, but nevertheless, they will be here to show their support for Donald Trump, David.
Why do you think they have chosen to step back this time?
Well, David, I don't think it's too much of a surprise. Listen, Melania Trump really kept a very low profile as First Lady, made it very known she didn't care for politics. And for Ivanka Trump, look, she was looked at as one of the guardrails for Donald Trump in the White House. Linsey mentioned this. Her office in the White House, David, as you well know, was right above the Oval Office. And Ivanka has told many people that the impact it had on her life. She recently called it, in an interview, a dark business, referring to politics, and has made it very clear, David, she wants to be a mom, wants to stay in private life, no intentions of heading back to Washington, David.
Wow, that's really interesting. John Santucci. John, thank you. Let's bring in Terry Moran down on the convention floor as well. Terry, the energy on night 4 of any political convention generally is ratcheted up, and as it should be. And tonight, as expected, the energy, you can feel it.
Absolutely, David. You know, every convention tells a story. It's usually about the values of the party, the policies they're proposing, the problems in the country. This convention has that, but the people here have been through an incredible journey, and that has ratcheted up their emotions. From Monday night, when there was still a sense of trauma and sorrow and compassion in this audience, they were hushed a little bit. Right through to today, they are ready to lift the roof off this place, and I think that they smell victory. They sense victory, and that may or may not be true, but that even increases what we feel here. People are obviously in a great mood. They always are on the final night of every convention. But as I say, they've been through this special passage together. And when Donald Trump walks out on that stage with that hardwired connection that he has to his people, that he has had since he came down that escalator like few other American politicians ever had, it's going to be a moment.
Terry Moran on the convention floor talking about how supporters here, Terry, thank you, how supporters smell victory. They are, no question, in the lead, the Republican Party, at this point in the election cycle. I want to bring in our Washington bureau chief and political director, Rick Klein. Rick, you and I have been talking about the numbers. You know, nationally, in a number of polls, even after President Biden's rough debate performance, nationally, they're within a point or two of each other. Donald Trump generally in the lead by a point or two. But it's really when you dig into the battleground numbers, you see that Donald Trump really leads in every key battleground that we famously look to decide who's going to win the Electoral College. And as Terry mentioned, they sense that here.
Yeah, there's no question. They sense the optimism that goes into this convention. They will come out of here with the lead because these are the polling, around 538 polling average. Going into the convention, Donald Trump leading in all 7 of the battleground states. Keep in mind, Joe Biden won 6 out of these 7, and this looks like an electoral blowout if all of this holds according to the polling average. And think about J.D. Vance and what he could bring to the upper Midwest. So important here. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, those big 3 right there. If Donald Trump is able to win them or any combination of them, he probably wins the presidency. Delegates here tonight know that math, know that polling, know how close it is nationally, and the edge that Donald Trump had even before this convention began.
J.D. Vance knows that as well, right, Rick? That's why we heard Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan over and over again in his speech last night.
Yeah, and remember, Donald Trump was in Pennsylvania at that rally on Saturday where the assassination attempt happened. This whole convention has been in Wisconsin, and their very first campaign event together, that Trump-Vance ticket, they will be in Michigan on Saturday.
In Michigan on Saturday. And Rick, we've reported here at ABC News that Donald Trump has said at one point, I might just leave J.D. Vance right there in Pennsylvania.
He'll be spending a lot of time in Pennsylvania and throughout that Midwest region. Look, J.D. Vance has appeal to a lot of voters, but the fact that he's from Ohio, even though it's not a battleground any longer, that's the kind of voter that we've heard a lot about here. They know the electoral math, and they know there's a possibility here of running up the score in some of those states. And again, they are must wins. That old blue wall, so important for Joe Biden and the Democrats.
Well, Rick Klein is our veteran political director, but with a fancy new title, Chief Washington Bureau Chief. So, Rick, congratulations on that.
Thank you, David.
Great to have you in that relatively new role. It's been a few weeks now. Thank you, Rick, for that. This race is very close. When you look more closely into the race, though, in the key battlegrounds, it spells a real challenge for President Biden. So as we await the former First Lady, as we await J.D. Vance, let's just check in really quickly here with our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. She was here in the broadcast booth with us last night, flew to Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, obviously, because the president unexpectedly had to go back to Delaware after being diagnosed with COVID in Nevada. This has been a very difficult few weeks for President Biden, Mary.
Extremely difficult. And now the president is here at Rehoboth Beach. He is isolating. We're told he has mild symptoms. But, David, it comes as his campaign is really in crisis. We have now seen these calls for him to get out of the race really reaching a crescendo. And it is Democratic leaders now who are upping the pressure. We know from our reporting that leaders Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have both bluntly shared the concerns of their caucus, concerns that if Joe Biden stays at the top of the ticket, that it could be a drag for the rest of Democrats. They could lose the House and the Senate. Nancy Pelosi, we know, is also shared these concerns. And tonight, sources tell us that the president is increasingly receptive to hearing out these arguments, to hearing these calls. In fact, Nancy Pelosi privately telling some House Democrats that she thinks these conversations could push him to make a decision soon. Now, that said, sources I have talked to at the White House and the campaign are adamant that the president is still fully committed to this race. There's no indication that he has changed his mind. And David, certainly, as he is here isolating, he will have a lot of time to think through these things and what the future holds. And ultimately, as we've been saying, this decision does come down to Joe Biden and Joe Biden alone, David.
No question about that, Mary. Stick with us here. We're live in the hall here, so the moment the former First Lady or the running mate arrive, we will go right down to the floor. But, Mary, you mentioned Nancy Pelosi and this new reporting tonight that she believes this could encourage the president to make his decision. I find this fascinating because in a very public way over these last couple of weeks, President Biden seemed to make it very clear that he had made a decision that he was staying in this race. But anyone who covers Washington, as you have for many, many years, knows that the former speaker does not say these things, does not offer her words without real care in deciding how she's going to deliver it and what the intent is. It seems very clear that some key Democratic leaders, including Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, Jamie Raskin, George Clooney, a mega donor, a very influential Democratic donor, they are all making this case now publicly. I think it had been a discussion behind the scenes, but they've now gone public with this, with the intention of trying to encourage President Biden to look at these numbers, look in particular at the battlegrounds, and to step aside.
And you really have seen this evolution, right? The president basically saying, I've heard you and I've made my decision. He was adamant and was even just a few days ago that he is all in on this race. And now you have seen this growing sort of public reporting, the leaders making it clear, in their own way, that the conversations couldn't stay private. They have been, in their own cautious, careful way. And Nancy Pelosi certainly doesn't do anything lightly. She is well aware of what she is doing here in letting some of this news leak out to the press. But they are upping the pressure, definitely, absolutely. And it comes at a point where the president does now have a few days to think this through. And they are, I think, one of the things that you hear in talking with Democratic leaders is this overwhelming sense of respect for Joe Biden, for some admiration for his legacy, for his career. And that's part of the argument to him. That's part of the argument that we heard from that letter that we learned today from Jamie Raskin in encouraging the president, to go out essentially while he's on top, to do it for the sake of his legacy and for the sake of the country. If he really wants to beat Donald Trump, this is what everyone agrees on. They have the same goal. If they want to beat Donald Trump, you are increasingly hearing from Democrats that the best way to do that may be for Joe Biden to exit this race, David.
Can you imagine, thank you, Mary, watching this from home? He's now in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, Martha Raddatz, and they don't often say whether they're watching or not, but they have keen interest in what the other side is up to. The energy on this floor in Milwaukee, the poll numbers, particularly in the battlegrounds that show Donald Trump has a sizable lead, and one that would put him over the top electorally come November, and the intense pressure. What are you learning from your sources in Washington, in particular within this Biden circle, about his frame of mind?
His frame of mind is changing. As Mary said, he is more receptive to the idea. He still has not changed his mind. I don't think you'd see him change his mind until it gets through this COVID incident, and certainly through this weekend, probably because of what's going on with the Republicans. But she's exactly right. The conversation with him is, in effect, don't leave in a way that taints your legacy. Take control of that. Don't let anyone think they've pushed you out. He is also absolutely exhausted. People I have talked to said, and this is before COVID, they're putting him out there. He wanted to be on the campaign trail. He wanted to be visible. He wanted to show energy, and it's basically worn him out. Worn him out to the point he's got COVID. It may not be serious. There are mild symptoms. But again, it's easier when you're 40 years old to have COVID than when you're 81 years old.
We've all been through it. We know what it's like,
indeed.
particularly in those first couple of days, and those photos of him, the images of him coming off Air Force One, arriving back in Delaware. It looked like he was feeling the effects of the first couple of days of COVID.
And David, if you go back to the interview that President Biden had with George asked him a very specific question. What happens if Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries come to you and say you can't win and that you should get out of the race, that it's going to hurt the party if you stay in? And he said flatly, that's not going to happen. With a dramatic pause, that's not going to happen. And guess what? It has happened. So I think that he senses a reality. You have a number of factors at once. The money has dried up. The support of the elected leadership has evaporated. and he sees a situation. Right now, I think the Bidens and his inner circle are in a little bit of the stage of anger. They're angry that this has happened. He thinks that he could still win this, but he can't still win it if his own party is against him. And if he doesn't have the money to go through with a campaign, it is simply no longer viable. I think they're getting closer to that recognition, but he's not there yet.
We are awaiting Melania Trump, the former First Lady, here in the hall here in Milwaukee. If you're wondering why we're talking about this sort of split screen involving the crisis within the Biden campaign, in addition to what we're watching unfold here, it's because we continue to wait to see our first images of the former First Lady and of J.D. Vance, expected to enter the hall at any moment. Hulk Hogan expected to be the first sort of big speaker of this hour. The former president, Donald Trump, with deep ties to professional wrestling all the way back a couple of decades, Atlantic City at the Trump venue. In the meantime, though, as we await their entrance here in the hall, Linsey Davis, we were asking what it must be like for President Biden in Rehoboth, having to look back on a very long, successful career in politics and decide if this is the moment. Imagine being the Vice President, Kamala Harris, out there on the trail, stumping for your boss, the president, and not knowing either whether or not her future is going to change here and quickly.
And I think that is part of why, maybe by design, for a number of reasons, Donald Trump is not planning on naming Joe Biden by name, because they really don't know. Even though Donald Trump has said in the past, hey, he's the guy we prepared for, they want it to be Joe Biden. But we just saw a sign, somebody who had handwritten it. It said, "Fire Joe." He had written in a D to say "fired Joe Biden," right? And it was written in Kamala next.
Interesting.
So many people are already moving on. I had a conversation today with Senator Marco Rubio. He said that he actually thinks, despite what the polls say, that he thinks that Kamala Harris would be easier to beat. And then he went one step further, really kind of upping the ante for the Democratic Party, saying if Joe Biden doesn't have the mental acuity to be the nominee, he doesn't have the mental acuity to run our country now. He needs to be removed from the presidency in this moment. But Kamala Harris has to have certainly a lot of weight on her shoulders, not knowing day to day what position she's potentially running for. We've been talking about debate prep, even that apparently she's already been planning on doing some debate prep. Is she preparing to run as vice president, or is she preparing to run as president?
She's doing debate prep. Unclear which debate she'll have to show up at, the one in September or the one against J.D. Vance. Yeah. Let's go back down to the floor. We're expecting members of the Trump family to arrive here at any moment. We saw the former president, Donald Trump, earlier entering the hall. Martha was down there on the floor as he entered. He had the patch on his right ear. We're starting to hear some of the cheers, I gather. We're going to see here. There he is. This is the familiar hallway now that we have seen these last 3 nights leading up to this 4th and final night here at the convention. Fist bump, the grandchildren behind Donald Trump walking up those stairs. The patch on his ear. And John, I got a kick out of the fact that he, even earlier in the week, was saying, I wonder if this patch will be off by the time I get to Thursday. And we still got an hour and a half before he speaks, an hour or so. So there's a chance.
It would be a very dramatic moment up on the stage.
But he doesn't have a flair for
No, he would never do something like that. Do you remember when he had COVID and he came back to and he ripped that mask off? That's what I was thinking.
There you see Ivanka Trump. This is the first major event that we've seen Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner, her husband, this campaign cycle.
Yeah.
There's his granddaughter who spoke last night, giving her grandfather a run for his money when it comes to golfing. Some have said perhaps she's the best golfer in the family.
And John mentioned that Ivanka's office was above the Oval Office. You have to go kind of down a hallway upstairs. It's a little bit of a hike to get to it. Jared's office was right next to the Oval Office, right the other side of that little dining room off the Oval Office.
John Santucci, it's been a while since we saw all of them together.
Yeah, David, this is going to be the first time we've seen them all together. Looking at the images, seeing them all side by side. I haven't seen Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump in this space, in person at least. I'm a few feet away from them since January of 2021 when they were with Donald Trump, actually at Andrews Air Force Base. That's the last time, David, I can remember a visual of them all together, because Remember, they didn't go to the Capitol for Joe Biden's inauguration. Donald Trump refused to go. So they did a private send-off to their father from Andrews. He told the crowd that was gathered there, have a nice life. And many people, David, that I was talking to back then could have never imagined a night like tonight, thinking Donald Trump was saying goodbye to politics. Nearly 4 years later, David, look where we are.
John, thank you. We're seeing the family. We're also seeing that quick shot there a moment ago of Hulk Hogan waving the American flag. There he is, making sort of a political debut. You know, he toyed with the idea of running for office himself several years back. He endorsed Barack Obama years ago. He's clearly here to endorse Donald Trump tonight. He called what the country witnessed on Saturday deeply disturbing. And he's here tonight for Donald Trump.
By the way, I think he and Donald Trump are both members of the WWE Hall of Fame. So
they were involved in events together years ago.
Yeah.
WrestleMania, events at Atlantic City, and Hulk Hogan, also a performer, egging on the crowd here. Said he was deeply moved by what he saw on Saturday. I think
well, let me tell you something, brother. You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought the vibe was so intense, the energy was so crazy, it felt like maybe I was gonna press that no-good stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother. But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother. And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're gonna bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother. You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh, yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage. But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans. You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the president of the United States, all the real Americans are gonna be nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are gonna be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is gonna get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again. You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next president of the United States? Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again. You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too. And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years, and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent. I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American hero. And I'm proud to support my hero as the next president of this United States. You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback. Man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump. And you know something? He's gonna win in November, and we're all gonna be champions again when he wins. And like I said, I've known that man for over 35 years, and he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is gonna start winning again. You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts. You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump. You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother? God bless you, and thank you.
Well, we've seen a lot of speeches covering these political conventions. None quite like that one. He just blew a kiss to Hulk Hogan, the former president.
I mean, David, Donald Trump loves professional wrestling. This has been his thing. Like I said, he is a member of the WWE Hall of Fame.
Please welcome the president and CEO of the Billy Graham Evangelistic
Up next, Franklin Graham. Of course, his father was Billy Graham, who died in February of 2018.
Reverend Franklin Graham.
We'll listen to the Reverend Franklin Graham. I will say, watching Donald Trump on the split screen, he was not beaming all the way through his speech like he did just then with Hulk Hogan this entire convention.
On his feet
on
the
his
entire
feet
time.
and grinning ear to ear the entire time. Let's
Now
listen.
we go to a preacher.
Good evening.
Yes, we do.
I've got the hardest job tonight. I have to follow Hulk Hogan. But I stand here tonight as a private citizen who loves this country. I've been asked to say a few words and then to pray, and we're going to do that. Last Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania, President Trump had a near-death experience. No question. But God spared his life. And when we go through those experiences, it changes us. It can cause us to examine our lives and to reevaluate our priorities, as you should. When President Trump rose from that platform, he rose with his fist raised in strength, showing America his unshakable resolve to fight for them in this nation. I cannot explain why God would save one life and allow another one to be taken. I don't have the answer for that. But one thing I do know is that God loves us, and he wants us to be with him in heaven one day. And that's through faith in his son, Jesus Christ. You see, the Bible says that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shouldn't perish but should have everlasting life. For as long as I've known the President Trump, I've found him to be a man of his word. Things that he said he'll do, he did. When he told me and our country in 2016 that he was going to appoint conservative justices, guess what? He did. In 2016, he said he would defend religious liberty. And guess what? He did. In 2019, I was with him at the United Nations when the first president of history of this country stood there to advocate for religious liberty worldwide. When American citizen and Pastor Andrew Brunson was being held in a Turkish jail on false accusations, President Trump demanded that he be released. And he applied economic pressure and sanctions until they did that. I'm grateful and thankful for what he did as the 45th president of the United States. And I know that as the 47th president, he will keep his word to the American people to make America great once again. It's an honor for me to be asked to pray for Donald Trump this evening. And so what I'd like to do, I'd like us to pray, but I'd like us all to stand as we call upon the name of the God of heaven. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening with grateful hearts. Thank you for saving the life of President Donald J. Trump. In his own words, it was you and you alone who saved him. We pray for the others that were injured on Saturday, for the family who lost their loved one. Put your loving arms around them.
Comfort them, and may they sense your presence. We stand before you tonight. We say thank you for the provisions you have given to the United States of America. You have blessed this country more than any country in the world. Sadly, as a nation, we have forgotten who is responsible for all the freedoms, the liberties, and the bounty that we enjoy. It has all come for you. Thank you. This evening, our nation is in trouble. We're divided politically, racially, economically, with millions of people seeking refuge and hope in our dry and thirsty land. You're the only one who can fix the complexity of the problems that we face today. We pray for President Trump, that you would give him wisdom, strength, and a clear vision for the future of this nation and the task that is at hand. Continue to protect him from his enemies. I pray that you would surround him with men and women who will give him sound counsel and guidance. We pray for Melania, for Barron, and for all the President Trump's children and grandchildren. We pray for Senator J.D. Vance, his wife Usa, along with their young family. We're thankful for his strong stand for defending life. As your word instructs, we also pray for the leaders of our nation, whether they're Republican, Democrat, or independent. We know that all authority comes from you. You are a great God, and we ask that if it be thy will that you will make America great once again. And we ask that you'll unite our hearts, bring us together, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we pray this in the mighty name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Amen.
The Reverend Franklin
Ladies
Graham,
and gentlemen, please welcome
the son of Billy
businessman
Graham,
and Executive Vice
here to
President of the Trump
pray for the former
Organization,
president.
Eric Trump.
Obviously addressing what happened in front of the country in Butler, Pennsylvania on Saturday. You just heard the announcement. Eric Trump will now speak on behalf of his father. Let's listen.
Good evening, America. Eight years ago, my father sat our family down. He spoke of a nation in decline, of dreams slipping away, of a future endangered by failed leadership and broken promises. It was in that moment I knew my father had made a decision that would forever change our lives. We realized he had chosen to step into the arena, to fight for the soul of America. He decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation. Unlike his predecessor, it was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president, it was not a decision that would enrich his family. Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country and a deep concern for America's future. My father was clear it would not be easy, that there would be a huge price to pay, and that the attacks would be vicious. Looking back, that was an understatement. The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the efforts to destroy an unbelievable company, a company that I run today, the efforts to cancel us, to silence him, to gag his free speech, and to drag him through every radical left courthouse in America, to take his life. Yet through it all, he's shown unwavering courage and determination, not just in public, but in every private conversation with me and our family. He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country and a love for all of you, the American people. That man is my father. That man is the 45th president and soon to be 47th president of the United States. That man is Donald J. Trump. Each time I've stood on this stage, America has been at a dire crossroads. In 2016, many people began to doubt the promise of America. Our economy was struggling, jobs were scarce, our standing on the world stage was weak at best. Veterans were forgotten, our military was in shambles, our educational system was broken, ranked 30th in the world. He could no longer tolerate an inept administration that handed $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America, or witness the continued attacks on our Constitution and our religious liberty, or see the disrespect shown to our unbelievable law enforcement officers who are being disarmed, defunded, and persecuted each and every day. He could no longer stand to see words like Christmas stripped from public use or the Pledge of Allegiance removed from our schools. But my father saw potential where others saw despair. Donald Trump built the New York City skyline. He did so during a time when businesses were turning away from the city he loved. Crime was rampant. The streets were dirty, but he had the Midas touch, and he turned those streets and neighborhoods into gold. He faced every challenge with tremendous vision and grit. As he did during the 2016 election, he rolled up his sleeves. He remained unapologetic. He did not care to be politically correct. He restored hope. He restored a voice to millions of Americans who had been ignored. He restored the American dream. Under my father's leadership, the economy climbed to record heights. Jobs were created at an unthinkable pace. Unemployment reached historic lows across all demographics. Wage growth soared. He cut taxes for hardworking families and businesses. He slashed regulations. We saw the greatest 401k increase in American history. People bought their first homes in an environment that saw 2 to 3% interest rates. They started their families. My father made the United States energy independent with the lowest gas prices in decades. My father made the United States safe. Our borders were closed. There was peace in the Middle East. Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the terrorists were dead. My father made the United States respected again, with the courage to walk into countries like North Korea, with the courage to impose tariffs on China, and with the courage to tear up trade deals that cost Americans their jobs. He brought manufacturing back to America. Small businesses flourished. He did what he promised. He put America first. We were winning. Donald Trump made America great again. But he also created a movement that threatened the special interests in the political elites. A movement that cast a bright light on the institutions weaponized against the American people. You see it in our schools. God bless the moms who fought back. You see it in your workplace. You see it on every news station, in every newspaper. You see it in the military. The most iconic military installations on planet Earth are stripped of their identity and renamed. Fort Bragg, Benning, Fort Hood. You see it in Hollywood. You see it in our two-tier judicial system. They don't even hide it anymore. My father has been censored. The former president ripped off Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook while terrorist organizations remain intact. My father has been persecuted, targeted by far-left Democrats funded by special interest groups and hand-picked judges. My father has been pulled off the ballots of states, radical justices attempting to defy the will of millions of Americans who adore who he is and what he stands for. My father even became the target of an assassin who almost killed America's single greatest hope for our future. The swamp is terrified of this incredible movement. They're terrified of it. They're terrified of you and the tens of millions of people watching us on TV right now. They've tried everything to keep him from you, everything, to destroy his legacy, to destroy his family. They have failed, and they will not win. I love my Florida delegation right here. Thank you. My father stands before you with the most votes of any Republican candidate in the history of our nation. He has defied the predictions of every political pundit. He fills stadiums across our country. He energizes Americans to the issues facing this nation and does so with unvarnished honesty. He is not a threat to democracy. He is a threat to those who despise our republic, many whom are bought and sold, bribed and coerced, people who have never signed the front of a check and who have been dependent on the government their entire adult lives. Today, as it was in 2016, America's at that crossroads again. Energy prices are soaring, interest rates are crippling, everything is unaffordable. The US dollar has been diminished. Inflation has made it impossible for Americans to live, to save for their future. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our border is out of control. Millions are dead and displaced in Russia and Ukraine, a war that has no end and a war that we are funding. The Middle East has become a hornet's nest. Our greatest ally, Israel, totally under siege. Fentanyl is killing our youth and destroying families, while the current administration stands idly by, hoping their inaction will import illegal votes. Crime terrorizes our cities and our suburbs as far-left policies handcuff police. Male athletes, guys my height, 6'5", are swimming in women's sports. Destroying the dreams of young girls who have trained every minute of their lives. We no longer trust our elections. We no longer trust our judicial system, and we no longer believe that our government is working in our best interest. In spite of where we are today as a nation, I'd like to speak to every American. To the homeless veteran sleeping under a bridge as illegal immigrants are housed in the most expensive hotels in New York. I'm sorry. We know it's wrong, and we will fix it. To the single mother who can no longer afford her rent, afford groceries, and has been forced to work 3 jobs, I'm sorry. It does not have to be this way. To the parents who lost a son or daughter to fentanyl including the incredible woman that spoke the other night, while an administration does absolutely nothing. I'm sorry. Your government can do so much better, and it will. To the children who are being brainwashed instead of learning the fundamentals of school, I'm sorry. There are teachers who care, and my father will empower them. To the law enforcement officers, our brave Border Patrol, Secret Service agents who work every single day to protect our communities, knowing damn well that the system will throw you under the bus, I'm sorry. We will stand behind you. To commuters often petrified to take a bus, take a train, or walk the streets in cities across our nation, I'm sorry. That man right there will fix this.
Eric Trump on that stage here in Milwaukee, making the case for his father's return to the White House, standing by for Donald Trump himself, addressing the nation moments from now. We're going to go over to the network. We hope you'll join us on ABC, 10 p.m. Eastern, moments away. Stay tuned.
Betrayal is the hardest types of trauma to overcome.
This is her knight in shining armor.
Everything felt right. All of a sudden, I found this hidden folder. I opened it. I don't think I can say it. I'm sorry. It's shocking. My stomach just dropped. He just really didn't think I had it in me to do something. So I did.
Betrayal, A Father's Secret, the all-new season on Hulu.
Is some kind of a bold demon here.
Somebody is killing young black women.
The fear was just insane.
I was not gonna stop until I found out who did this.
Knew all of his victims. He portrayed himself as a good friend.
Now Friday, the prison interview with the killer.
Once I touched him, it's over.
And the first interview with the only surviving victim. 2020, Friday night on ABC.
Let's go.
The ship is incredible. It feels like living in a science fiction movie.
We just saw what no one has seen before.
Wow, look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Well, dead ahead. Tag on!
We are heading into the unknown.
Hammer, hammer, hammer.
It doesn't get any more cutting edge than this.
There is a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story. I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Tonight, the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. Donald Trump now just minutes away from accepting the presidential nomination for a third time. The former president standing before the nation just 5 days after the assassination attempt on his life. Trump telling ABC News he threw out his original speech to write a new one after what happened to him on Saturday, saying he wants to focus tonight on unity. Again, just moments away from Donald Trump's speech. ABC News live coverage begins right now.
This is an ABC News special. After one shocking and extraordinary week, tonight is his night. As former President Trump takes center stage, accepts his party's nomination, and makes his case why America should send him back to the Oval Office. What will he say tonight? The Republican National Convention, live from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Now reporting, David Muir.
You're looking at live pictures inside the convention hall. A raucous crowd here in Milwaukee on night 4, the final night of the Republican National Convention. You can see the ABC News broadcast booth right there. Good evening, everyone, from the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. It is great to have you with us again tonight, night 4 of the convention, and history unfolding tonight. Donald Trump just moments away now from accepting the presidential nomination for a third time. And of course, it comes 5 days after the attempted assassination at a Trump rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. The former president entering the convention hall earlier tonight to the cheers of the crowd, shaking hands, waving, that bandage still visible on his right ear where he was wounded in Saturday's shooting. We have talked about the effect he says that moment had on him. Trump telling ABC News he threw out the speech to write a new one for tonight after what happened to him in Pennsylvania. He says he will focus tonight on unity. ABC News has learned Trump is not expected to mention President Biden or Vice President Kamala Harris by name in his speech tonight. And as for President Biden, he remains off the campaign trail, isolating at his home in Rehoboth, Delaware, while being treated for COVID. The president facing growing pressure from top Democrats to step aside. Jonathan Carr reporting a little earlier on World News Tonight that the president is now open to discussions over whether he should stay in the race. Sources say former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is among those who have now delivered their concerns directly to the president. They are concerned President Biden would not beat Trump in November, given the polling now in the key battleground states. So again tonight, we have a lot to get to, moments away from the former president, Donald Trump, taking the stage. Right now, his son, Eric Trump, just over our shoulders. Let's take a look down at the stage and listen in.
Your optimism is contagious. Your backbone is unbreakable. Your conviction to fight for what is right and against all that is wrong is truly next level. The whole world saw your strength as you stood up. You wiped the blood off your face, and you put your fist in the air in a moment that will be remembered as one of the most courageous acts in the history of American politics. You shouted, "Fight, fight, fight!" I'm honored to be your son. I'm honored to speak to our great nation tonight. You are a true leader. You epitomize strength. Our country loves you. Our country appreciates you. Our country misses you. And on November 5th, our country will re-elect you as the 47th President of the United States of America. Good night, Milwaukee. God bless you all.
Eric Trump speaking on behalf of his father. A thumbs up from J.D. Vance, Donald Trump's running mate. For much of that speech, Carolina Dorothy Trump was sitting on her grandfather's lap. Eric and Lara Trump's daughter. Grandson Eric Luke on his mother's lap. There you see now they've traded places. You can see Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner here. We had mentioned in the last hour that and Tiffany Trump there as well. Donald Trump now coming down the stairs, the patch on his ear after Saturday's rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. It took such a horrific turn in front of the whole country. Donald Trump has been here every single night of the convention, sitting just above the crowd there on the floor, able to watch all of these speeches. Earlier in the week, watching his rivals come, his one-time rivals, to then embrace him. Watching his running mate, J.D. Vance, introduce himself to the nation last night. And this evening, all eyes will be on Donald Trump as he reintroduces himself. And John Carl, he told you earlier this week, with a new speech tonight that he says will be more reflective of the unity he believes is needed in this moment, particularly what he survived on Saturday.
Former President Trump told me that he had ripped up the first draft that he had written before what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, that was going to be a humdinger that was going to go right at Joe Biden and his political enemies. He was going to emphasize more of unity. Although I have to say, David, listening to Eric Trump's speech sounded like it might have been that speech that Donald Trump had written in the first draft. It was a much harder edged speech. He went after former president's enemies. He talked a little bit about retribution and invoked the idea that the election had been stolen in 2020, which virtually nobody at this convention has done.
And John Carl, he said we no longer have trust in our elections, no longer have trust in our judicial system.
Yeah, and he went after and said it was they paraded my father through a series of left-wing courtrooms. Really went after portraying his father as, first of all, the greatest hope for the future of America, but a victim of his political enemies who have tried to do everything they can to stop him, including, he said, the assassin that tried to kill him in Butler, Pennsylvania.
He said our retribution will be our success. And Linsey Davis, you talked to Eric Trump earlier today at the convention hall. Did he give you a hint of what was coming tonight?
You know, Eric Trump actually said, with regard to his own speech, that he, like his father, had changed it. And that he said that he had toned it down for himself. And that it was going to be about love and civility and unification. And I don't think that we heard exactly that. It was really heavy on platform, light on policy. We heard a lot about what Donald Trump stands for, what he represents, what he's done in the past, but I'm not so sure from a number of the speakers this week that we've heard what they planned on doing in the future and how they plan on doing it. One thing that I think has been kind of a theme throughout this week is trying to endear America to Donald Trump, the man, as a grandfather. You know, you had Carolina Trump, Eric's youngest child, who's just 4, who never knew him as a president of the United States. She simply knows him as she sat on his lap as a grandfather. And it seems like that's the kind of message that they've been trying to bring as far as their unification. I don't think that we saw that in the words. As far as his father's speech, he said that it's going to be something that's really unifying and beautiful. I've seen parts of it, and I can't wait. We'll see what happens in just a little while.
For his own father's speech coming up just a short time from now. We're also awaiting the arrival of former First Lady Melania Trump, who, of course, has kept a very low profile since leaving the White House. There you see the family sitting. They had been sitting with their father. He's now left his seat to prepare for his speech. And we are expecting that at any moment now we could see the former First Lady Melania Trump. Martha Raddatz, we didn't see Melania Trump in the courtroom like some members of the family during the court proceedings. We will see her here in the hall tonight. In fact, let's take a look and we'll get your thoughts here on the backside. Here's former First Lady Melania Trump entering the hall here in Milwaukee. We're looking at the stage. We don't know entirely where to look, Martha.
Yeah, both of us are scanning the crowd down there to see Melania Trump. We all saw her statement after the assassination attempt and how truly emotional that day was for her. She said in that moment she knew that if it had turned out differently, her life, her son Barron's life, would change dramatically. But this event this week really has been, there she is now, there she's coming forward in that red dress. She is beloved by the Republicans. The people on the floor that I've talked to were waiting for this moment to see Melania Trump.
And John Santucci, who has covered the Trump family for many years for us, Melania Trump, it's been her choice to stay away from the public eye until this moment.
Yeah, David, this moment is the first time any American has seen Melania Trump in a campaign setting so far this cycle. Recall, David, she was a presence quite often at Donald Trump's side in his first 2 runs for the White House. But to see her there tonight, David, you know, it's a question of how involved Melania Trump will be in a second Donald Trump term. Recall, she had a policy of Be Best, where she championed children and education. It'll be curious what a Melania Trump, a second First Lady Melania Trump, would do should her husband be successful in November, David.
Exchanging a couple of words there with J.D. Vance, the running mate, giving a wave to the crowd. You can hear the crowd behind us here in the booth. A very warm welcome for Melania Trump, who they have not seen for a while. Usha Vance, J.D. Vance, looking at the former First Lady as she walked past them. I'm not sure they've had much interaction until this moment. We'll learn later on, but this is the team.
Not much. I have to say that the statement that Melania Trump put out on Sunday after the assassination attempt was really a remarkable statement. And the line that struck me was at the very end, where she said, "The winds of change have arrived. For those who cry in support, I thank you. I commend those of you who have reached out beyond the political divide. Thank you for remembering that every single politician is a man or a woman with a loving family." That was a statement of unity.
Melania Trump has now entered the convention hall. Again, we're all awaiting former President Donald Trump, expected to address not only this hall, but he knows the nation is watching here tonight. Quick break. We'll come back with his speech here in just a moment. Stay tuned.
ABC News live coverage of the Republican National Convention will return in a moment.
Betrayal is one of the hardest types of trauma to overcome.
This is her knight in shining armor.
Everything felt right. All of a sudden, I found this hidden folder. I opened it. I don't think I can say it. I'm sorry. It's shocking. My stomach just dropped. He just really didn't think I had it in me to do something. So I did.
Betrayal, a father's secret. The all-new season on Hulu.
Is some kind of a bold demon here.
Somebody is killing young black women.
The fear was just insane.
I was not gonna stop until I found out who did this.
Knew all of his victims. He portrayed himself as a good friend.
Now Friday, the prison interview with the killer.
Once I touched him, it's over.
And the first interview with the only surviving victim. 2020, Friday night on ABC.
Let's go. The ship is incredible. It feels like living in a science fiction movie.
We just saw what no one has seen before.
Wow, look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Well, dead ahead! Turn on!
We are heading into the unknown.
Hammer, hammer, hammer.
It doesn't get any more cutting edge than this.
All right, let the dogs out, please.
I don't think he's going to give you a hard time.
Even if he gives me a hard time, I'm the right guy. I want to make sure that we all learn together.
Calm, confident.
Calm, confident, calm, surrender.
Everything that he's taught has become a reality.
We are so grateful and impressed.
I feel like crying. You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you also rehabilitate you.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Clara,
Ginger.
There is a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story. I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So what happens when being obsessed with pop culture collides with being a mom? You get us. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Live from Milwaukee, the Republican National Convention. Here again, David Muir.
Welcome back. Thanks for being with us all week long for our coverage of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. As you can see, the stage is set. The former president, Donald Trump, expected to greet and speak to this convention hall for the first time this week. We have seen him each night as he did in conventions past. He made that first appearance after the attempt on his life on Monday here. walking into this convention hall with the patch on his ear. That has become sort of a trademark moment of each of these nights here in the hall. In the last hour, we saw something rather extraordinary. You know, we've covered a lot of these conventions, never quite seen one like this. Hulk Hogan up there on that stage. We want to show you this moment where he said he'd had enough over these last 4 years, and after what he saw on Saturday, he said he wanted to make himself very clear. I think he's with the Trump Vance team. I give him his wardrobe choice there. The crowd loved that moment, and look at Donald Trump beaming as Hulk Hogan was addressing the crowd. We're going to hear from Dana White here, who is the head of UFC, the Ultimate Fighting Championship. He's 54 years old, also very close to Donald Trump. He's going to be introducing him here. We just saw John Carl, Linsey Davis, Martha Raddatz. We just saw the former First Lady enter the hall for the first time, and that was quite a moment inside this hall. And a poignant moment for anyone who has been thinking about this family and what that's been like these last couple of days. If you think about it, it's only been 5 days, Linsey, since the attempt on Donald Trump's life.
And again, as we've discussed, I think that we all saw Melania Trump in a different light through that message. Really, again, giving a more of an endearing side to him as a husband, as a dad. Kid Rock now in the building.
We know when we hear him. One of Donald Trump's biggest fans. Let's listen into Kid Rock, who calls Donald Trump his bestie.
Fist up in the air. Now follow me. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say somebody scream. The devil without a cause. I'm back with the beaver hats and Ben Davis slacks. 30-pack of strong, straight rock and roll. No Rogaine in the propane flow. The chosen one, I'm the living proof. With the gift to gab from the city of truth. You know I jab, stab, and knock critics back. And I did not start a win. I said that I'm going platinum, selling rhymes. I went platinum 7 times. Still they ill and wanna see us fry. I guess because only God knows why. They call me cowboy, I'm a singer in black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say Trump, Trump. I like ACDC and ZZ Top. Won't see this beasties in the kings of rock. Skinner, Seeger, Lipcorn, Stones, David Attico, and No-Show Jones. Yeah, pass that bottle around. Got the rock from Detroit, the soul from Motown. The underground, straight Detroit pimp. With tracks to Mac and slap back to back. Never gain or pay, I don't play with ass. Well, watch me rock with Liberace Flash. Punk rock the Clash, boy bands are trash. I like Johnny Cash and Grandmaster Flash. Flash, 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 Flash. They call me cowboy, I'm a singer in black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you're at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say Trump, Trump. I'm an American badass, watch me kick. You can roll and rock, or you can... I'm the ultimate, I'm like Amazing Grace. I'm on rock and roll, like a rock this place. All super fly, living double wide. Psychom alive, the big dog to ride. They'll shaft to share, bringing flash to flare. Like a long hair swinging, middle finger in the air. Skin boots, 65 Chevelle. See me ride and sit and hit a rebel, yeah. I won't live to tell, so if you do, rock for freedom and rock for truth. Who knew I'd blow like Oklahoma? Florida, Georgia, Arizona. Smell the aroma and check my hits. I know it stinks in here, cause Trump's the They call me cowboy, I'm a singer in black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you're at. Say Trump, 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 Trump. 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 I need to hear you louder than that. One more time. singing Trump, 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 Trump. From side to side, from front to back, come on, Trump, 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 Trump. Put Detroit City back on the map. We singing Trump, 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 Trump. Kid Rock's in the house. This is where I'm at. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the most patriotic American badass on earth, President Donald J. Trump. But first, another American badass, my brother, Dana White. God bless America.
Kid Rock performing here on the most important night of the convention, the fourth night, the 10 o'clock hour in prime time, as the lead up to Donald Trump, introducing Dana White, the chief executive of Ultimate Fighting Championship, of course, UFC. We all know it as. He talked about the phone call he made to Donald Trump Saturday evening. He said he was in the air on a flight when the events of Butler, Pennsylvania transpired. He said he couldn't believe what he witnessed, had to call his friend Donald Trump, and he said to see those political instincts when he dove behind the podium and then got up and then looked to the crowd and held his fist in the air and said, fight, fight, fight. I think obviously you're seeing a bit of a theme here tonight on the central, those words, those three words, fight, fight, fight. You saw Hulk Hogan. The UFC is now going to introduce Donald Trump. Kid Rock, key part of the song there were literally those fighting words.
Those fighting words, David, and you know, I think about that iconic moment in that fist in the air, and I've talked to so many soldiers, as you know, over the years, and they always say it's not the battle that scares them, it's how they will do if there is a gunfight. And we all saw what happened with Donald Trump. He raised his fist in the air and kept on moving, and that is why this is such an iconic moment and an iconic photograph.
And has immediately become the theme of this campaign now leading into November. It's fun watching the Trump family, too, during the Kid Rock performance there leading in.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they knew what to make of it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Here's Dana White.
Dana White. I am the CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. So 2 weeks ago, I got a call from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand they love you and they know how important this is. Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know. A man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet. And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life. The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life. He has a beautiful family,
and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said, government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives. And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election. We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Dana White, the head of the UFC, speaking of Donald Trump's resilience. And we're going to hear from Lee Greenwood. God Bless the USA has become sort of the defining song of the Trump campaign. Lee has become a personal friend of the former president's. Let's listen in.
And I had to start again. Just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today. 'Cause our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Sing it. God bless the USA. Yeah. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit to Houston and New York to LA. There's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up
Lee Greenwood introducing former President Donald Trump with God Bless the USA. The former president making his return during the song. The image of the White House up on the big screens behind him. And if you notice there on the stage, it's left of our screen, stage right there, of the former president. The firefighter's uniform right there, number 27, Corey Compertor, the volunteer firefighter who was killed in Pennsylvania at the rally on Saturday. Very likely the former president will talk about that tonight. We'll talk about the life lost.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful song. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. Gonna do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened, and you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily, because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage. These are great people, at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely, but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually, most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yeah. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose, surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey Comparator. Unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded. Two other great warriors, spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver. Two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly, acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was. I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million. From Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey. And the other two, by the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read, on Monday, a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many, so I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron. We love our Barron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? You know, he was on probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called, and he said, yeah, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it, because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, you know, that's too bad, but I understand he's away, and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called, he's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down, you just can't do it, you have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane, he got here a little while ago, now he's gonna get on the plane in a little while and he's gonna go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part, because, you know, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. You know, he became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. You know, he has rallies. 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. You know, they may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say, maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great, great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, J.D., you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of... Oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation. To every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic, I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill. And hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions, and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden, I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation. Soaring incomes were going. Nobody's Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it, it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. And by the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it, and we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda. And it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate, we have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent. But soon, we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times, think of it. And all my life, I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They've spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless green new scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day one. Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country. No tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump because we're going to bring back car manufacturing and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many, hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular, in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this, she said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money, it's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after him even more. And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay them millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody's a large large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd, the Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, you know, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. We have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back, and I called up, and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day, I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day, I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America, and we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest, it was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it, and by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. If you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented. It's so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up, while crime statistics all over the world are going down, because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough, rough, rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela, really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we won't be able. We will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by a very powerful, tough leader. Tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with him, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens. Emboldened by that disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly, and they weren't doing things perfectly, so we said it doesn't kick in. You know, 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever, ever do that again. You got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it, he actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it, not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that the headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. That would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow, and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody's sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done and some of the things that we're going to do, but AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this all, and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But, sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God. We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You've been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. They're not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach, and that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word, devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many just so many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. Gonna make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together, we will save this country. We will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
There you have it. Former President Donald Trump on the stage here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This is his third Republican nomination for president. This is also the third time he has set a new record for the longest speech ever given to accept the nomination. This was 1 hour, 32 minutes. 92 minutes total. His last one was 76 minutes and 70 minutes, respectively. Melania Trump, the former First Lady, on stage with him. Oh, and there she is. And an embrace, the patch on his ear. The two back together again in the public eye. This is an image we have not seen on the campaign trail so far. A big night for the former First Lady, too, deciding this would be the night that she would come forward in supporting her husband as he tries to return to the White House. There was a lot going into this speech, as you know. In the national polls, this has been a tight race, a relatively tight race within the margin of error. The big question would be, would Donald Trump reach out to the swing voters, the independents, the people in the middle, some of the people who, quite frankly, didn't want Donald Trump or Joe Biden on the ticket? And then, of course, the whole country saw what happened to Donald Trump on Saturday night in Butler, Pennsylvania. You know, an enormous outpouring of support, no matter where you are on the political spectrum. Moments of unity at the very beginning of the speech, particularly when he talked about the firefighter who lost his life, the millions that have been raised for those families affected, the two who are also injured, up there with the entire family now. But Rachel Scott, I'm curious on the floor, your observations, because it did begin with this theme of unity, but it was not long before we heard some of the familiar themes. We even heard President Biden's name pop up in there when we had been told that he was not going to even say his name or the vice president's name tonight.
Exactly, David. And as the former president is wrapping up his speech, cue the balloon drop here. What started as a highly choreographed speech with images of the former president surviving that attempted assassination on his life quickly turned into an off-script speech that was very familiar to what former President Donald Trump is like on the campaign trail, with a long list of false claims. False claims about the 2020 election, misleading and false claims about immigrants stealing jobs, resorting to name-calling, calling the former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, crazy, using anti-Asian phrases to describe the COVID-19 pandemic, railing against the Justice Department. At one point, he went on a riff about Hannibal Lecter. And yes, despite the former president insisting he would not say the name Joe Biden tonight, he just simply couldn't resist, David.
Talking about his opponent in this race, at least for now, President Biden bringing up his name after we have been told he would avoid that name tonight. I just take note of the time here, too. The gorgeous sight with the balloons fall, no matter what convention you're covering. It is now past midnight in the East. I think about the folks, the millions watching the East as well, particularly those who we had to convince tonight. You know, maybe come on back to our side. Give me another chance. Before we go a little further with this, though, we do have a little bit of fact-checking. I mean, we could fact-check a number of things that were said tonight, but in particular when it comes to immigration, Linsey?
Not enough time to fact-check it all, as you said. But one thing that I do think it's important to correct in particular, while he said that illegal immigrants are killing hundreds of thousands of people, there is no evidence that points to a surge in crime caused by recent arrivals. In fact, crime is down across the country. But look, he went from grace to grievance in just a matter of minutes here. Many people wondered which Donald Trump was going to show up. I think by and large he seemed unchanged. His tone may have been a little bit different, but his messaging was still certainly the same. Didn't take him long to claim that the Democrats were destroying our country, cheating on elections even. A lot of promises, but not a lot of policy. We did hear him talk about drill baby drill, closing our borders, no tax on tips, but as far as talking about ending inflation, bringing down interest rates, we were left largely with a resounding question of how.
And when it comes to immigration, for example, it is right up there for all voters across the board. Republicans, Democrats, independents, folks in this country recognize something needs to be done about immigration. And the major question, obviously, for President Biden is why wait until a few months before the election to take that dramatic move on the border to close in between ports of entry? That's a question he'll face in these final months of the campaign. When it comes to crime, as Linsey points out, I want to bring in our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas. You know, on the one hand, when you talk to families who have been victims of crimes, there's no way to take that pain away from them, and they are part of the numbers. But overall, the federal crime statistics show that crime is down in the country, Pierre.
Well, David, crime has been dropping in this country for the last 2 years. And in fact, if you look at the final year of the Trump administration, he had one of the biggest surges in gun violence in recent history.
Pierre Thomas tracking the crime statistics. And again, it's just putting context to these issues that are important to voters. And in this hall, many of those issues, the familiar sort of drumbeat of issues he has on the campaign trail, were very well received in the hall as well. Terry Moran also down on the floor. A lot of sympathy in this room for Donald Trump and from viewers across the country, given what they witnessed on Saturday in Pennsylvania. But as the night went on, this was a very long speech, Terry. Did the energy hold down there on the floor?
In a word, no, David, it didn't. But there was so much affection. These are people who have been with him from the beginning. Many of them, they will be with him to the end and beyond. And those first 25 minutes of this speech, where he opened himself up and talked about the attempted assassination, you could hear a pin drop in this place. And then as he went on, you know, he had a different voice and a different rhythm almost. You could hear almost the trauma in his voice, and he seemed not to have those crescendos, the lion's roar. He eventually picked that up, but I think at the end of the day, a lot of people were just listening out of affection and respect.
Martha Raddatz, Donald Trump said here tonight that this was the only time he would recount that story, and understandably so. He went into great detail about what it was like to be standing up there on that stage in Pennsylvania. Unclear whether we'll hear more description of that down the road from Donald Trump. He did say tonight this would be the only time I go into this kind of detail when it comes to this. But again, going into this, he had told ABC News earlier in the week that this would be a speech about unity tonight on this final night of the convention. There were unifying moments at the beginning.
Yeah, and he also started his speech by kind of jokingly saying there were so many beautiful speeches this week. I don't want to blow it tonight. If he had just ended his speech when he said, in an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we were all fellow citizens. We're one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. But then he made that turn and expressing grievance after grievance after grievance. This entire convention was to show Donald Trump's humanity. The people on the floor said that's what they wanted to hear. They wanted to hear the human side of Donald Trump. They saw his grandchildren, his whole family that had been through the trauma. They heard grieving families who'd lost loved ones in Afghanistan. But then he gradually got out of that, and that sort of affection that he wanted to show for his family and for others, and went into, which was essentially his stump speech at rallies, as Rachel described.
And John Carl, for those around the country who are concerned with what they have seen from President Biden, the debate performance, perhaps saying, well, maybe we'll give Donald Trump another look tonight. Did he give them a different Donald Trump?
Democrats who were despairing that this moment Donald Trump had a chance to, to kind of turn the page, take advantage of Biden's obvious weakness, disarray among Democrats. Now they're thinking, you know what? Actually, things don't look so bad. We can beat this guy. I mean, Donald Trump told me that he had ripped up his old convention speech after Saturday in Pennsylvania and wrote one that focused on unity. Well, there were lines of unity in the speech. There were the moving description of what happened in Pennsylvania. There was his line, which was, the sentiment is fantastic. Running to be president of all America, not just half of America. And then he went on and gave a speech that was directed at half of America. I mean, this was filled with divisive rhetoric. He went back to the lies about the election. He disparaged, crazy Nancy Pelosi. He said terrible things about Joe Biden. This was not a unity speech, and it wasn't a focused speech. It wasn't that it was just long. It was unfocused. It was rambling. It's not going to win people over.
Let me laser in with a follow-up there.
Yeah.
So even given the real struggles facing the Biden campaign right now, this sort of existential question of whether or not President Biden actually stays in this race, stays at the top of the ticket, you think within the Biden campaign, within Democratic circles, there might be some relief tonight, given this is the playbook that they're now up against. It's the playbook they know.
There is definitely relief in Democratic circles. They still have to figure out what to do about Joe Biden. There's still that movement to replace Joe Biden, but they believe, looking at this is the candidate that they can beat.
So let's give a final thought to Mary Bruce, our chief White House correspondent. Is there any kind of reaction yet, Mary, from the Biden campaign?
David, the word from the Biden campaign tonight is that this was just more of the same. I mean, they say that Donald Trump talked a lot about himself here, but didn't really outline any plans for the future. He wasn't offering much for the future of the country to the American people and voters. And they say critically that they didn't hear Trump make any real appeal to those critical moderate voters. Now, no surprise here, the Biden campaign all night has been calling out the many false statements in this speech, especially on immigration and crime. But as one Biden advisor put it to me, he said, this is the greatest hits of 2016. Donald Trump has not changed. He has only gotten worse. And while there may be some sighs of relief from some Democrats after hearing this speech, it does, of course, come as the Biden campaign is really in a crisis here. We are seeing top Democratic leaders up the pressure on the president to drop out of this race. Now, there's no indication tonight that the president has changed his mind. The White House adamant he is still staying in this race, David.
An extraordinary moment in this campaign. Mary Bruce, our thanks to you. Our thanks to John, Lindsay, and Martha here in the booth, to Rachel and Terry on the floor. Former President Donald Trump on stage with former First Lady Melania Trump after a 92-minute speech on this fourth and final night of the convention. Fact-checking here on immigration, on issues involving crime, and other issues in the days to come. And the bigger question, was this the speech of unity that Donald Trump promised? Certainly moments of unity at the beginning, and in particular talking about what he survived on Saturday night in Pennsylvania. But moving forward, there will be still many questions to answer from this campaign and certainly from the Biden campaign about how they're planning to move forward as well. So thanks for staying up with us. We recognize it's 16 minutes past midnight in the East, so we really do appreciate it. Thank you for watching our coverage of the Republican National Convention. We'll be back for the Democratic National Convention in Chicago next month. I'm David Muir in Milwaukee, and from all of us here at ABC News, have a good evening. Good night.
GMA's surprised people across the country, helping find thousands in unclaimed money.
This really is a big check.
Yeah! And this summer, we're at it again. That's incredible. Because nothing's better than hearing you say, "Show me the money!" On Good Morning America. GMA's surprised people across the country, helping find thousands in unclaimed money.
This really is a big check.
Yeah! And this summer, we're at it again. That's incredible. Because nothing's better than hearing you say, "Show me the money!" On Good Morning America.
Tonight, ABC News live coverage of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. Former President Donald Trump is here, about to take center stage, standing before the country to make his case to return to the White House. He told ABC News he threw out his speech following the attempted assassination on his life, saying it changed him, saying he will focus on unity right here tonight. ABC News live coverage starts right now.
This is an ABC News Live special. After one shocking and extraordinary week, tonight is his night. As former President Trump takes center stage, accepts his party's nomination, and makes his case why America should send him back to the Oval Office. What will he say tonight? The Republican National Convention.